Here's your water. Like dinner, I'm gonna need this thing. Okay. Let's just stir this meat in this sauce. Alright, kitty. I've got a happy kitty. It's nice and early in the day. Gonna... Oh, yeah, my headphones here.
Be able to burn up. Our Congress is dog shit. They're not gonna do anything until we completely get a totally different set of elected officials who have some sort of actual value system. And that's something we should work on. This is like a long-term
Congress equals
thing
shit.
we should be fixing. That's why I got involved in the Katie Wilson campaign. Electoral politics are not everything, but they are a part of a larger picture, and we need to be pushing back in every arena possible. But the other option we have is Trump doing something about it. But Trump fucking loves ICE. He loves ICE. He loves having his own personal armed force. So I would not expect that to go anywhere. You probably can't take their money directly unless you're their maid or something and you're like taking it off the coffee table. So yeah, I think overall this isn't a functional strategy.
Yeah, you can't take their money, no.
So then we've got local policies and options. This would be trying to use your local government, judicial system, whatever institutions exist to throw blocks in ICE's whatever the fuck they're doing. Anything, everything. A big one here is how local cops interact with these ICE agents. And again, we just talked about kind of the complexity with it. But overall, elected politicians have been extremely cowardly in actually directing cops to operate in a specific way around ICE agents. So far, local cops have been protectors of ICE agents. And if we want them to do anything different, it's going to need to come from the top down. You need the chief of police or the fucking mayors or the governors or some sort of direct elected official who has power officially over these people to make them do something different. Like this issue here, these people might not be up for the task. These people might be very much in the bag for what ICE is doing, or at a minimum, just a coward who's trying to stay in office. But these are places that we can apply pressure, we can apply heat to try to get them to do something, or at least be less fucking friendly. At the end of the day, we're going to have to replace a lot of these fucking people though. That's the last option. And I know it's not one people want to do. I don't want to fucking want to do it.
I don't want to do it.
Like having conflict. I don't like potentially experiencing violence from the state, but we're running out of options. I want to be clear what the definition is here. When Renee Good was killed today, she was doing this. She was just documenting what the cops were doing. As much as they want to make this illegal, this isn't really something they can make illegal, because the questions are going to be, how far do I need to be to record you? Do I need to be 25 feet? Do I need to be 100 feet? Like, I can get a better camera and microphone if we're just talking about distance. If you're saying I can't record them, prove it. Make them try to arrest you and take the data off and prove that that's what you were doing. If you're gonna do something like this, you really need to think through these strategies, and you might be interested in getting yourself a Graphene OS phone. But here's the thing, you need to have your safety in mind, because these people will fucking kill you. I have made videos on security culture and recording videos at these types of events. I highly suggest you go watch those videos if this is something you are interested in doing. There's a lot to consider and think about, and I care about your safety. documenting ICE activity should not be a potentially deadly thing to do. But that's the world we live in, and you need to operate that way. That's the most important part, because if we don't have this, we don't know what they're doing, that is the first step towards losing it. And they really want to stop us. This is critically important to do because it is the first step towards reporting it. There is such a massive war on just information in this country right now. They don't want you documenting it because they don't want to report it. And it's not even that they don't want people to see ICE doing violent things. It's that they want to control the narrative. That is why Renee Good died, is because she made controlling the narrative more difficult. If we lose reporting, if we lose the information, it's going to be a lot harder to fight. And this is why supporting independents, supporting outlets like Unicorn Riot, outlets like the Trans News Network, Seattle Gay News, Through the Static, Hannah Krieg, all these independent individuals, they all need so much help. If you are not canceling your Amazon subscriptions, if you're not getting rid of cable, if you're not finding ways to eliminate costs in order to support indie broadcasters and information providers, we're really going to struggle. It's going to be a huge problem. We're talking about like a digital dark age. Anyway, don't really want to think about that. And then finally, we resist. But here's the thing. Resistance, fuck. It's a continuum, you know? There's different levels to this. And I don't necessarily mean violence. I think that getting creative is actually really important here. As an example, I want to tell a story that I heard recently from a podcast that is run by a couple of trans women locally. Very small podcast.
He feels that,
Femme.
and I'm
they
sympathetic to
focus
this.
on queer
I don't have this same battle as him, but I understand it. I feel it is like a gamer Hikikomori. Like, I feel like all the time that I'm being marginalized, and I'm sure he's got it way worse. They're worried about gay rights, and they're worried that the fucking Nazis are aiming for them first, and I think they are. Yeah, they like took aim at trans, I would say. And so he's scared they're coming for them. And I do share this with him. I don't share, like, I'm not gay, but like I do share the fear.
Queer history from a queer lens, and I find it really great. So in the 1980s and 1990s, the AIDS epidemic killed lots and lots of people. But because it was predominantly gay men and trans women, it wasn't really taken seriously. There's a really famous recording of Ronald Reagan getting interviewed by a news reporter as it's kind of like the early days of the AIDS crisis, and they're just kind of like figuring out what's going on. But he's trying to kind of get him on the record. Hey, are you paying attention to this? Do you care? And Reagan's response is pretty illuminating.
Yeah. Oh my God.
What took Reagan from that very kind of callous and cruel conversation about people dying was, you know, among other things,
They don't care.
the AIDS quilt. A lot of people who died from the AIDS crisis, especially early, struggled to have actual funerals for many reasons. You know, cost was obviously one thing, but a lot of people, because they did not know the source, they were really afraid to handle the bodies so they couldn't get them a proper funeral. One of the ways people decided to memorialize them instead was via this giant quilt. And Ronald Reagan and his wife went into the air in a helicopter and got to see the whole thing at once. And reportedly, it was a very impacting moment for them. It caused Nancy Reagan to cry. You could fight these people directly. You know, there are videos you'll see of people grabbing and de-arresting people from ICE. And that's a strategy, but it's really, really risky right now, especially now. I think creativity is the name of the game. Finding creative solutions. Fascists want you to swing at them because
They want you to swing at them, then they're like, oh, you're a criminal.
they want to come at you with all of their toys and money and everything they've been saving up. Like, look at Charlie Kirk, you know? Like, that's what they want. But they're not smart at all. Just like fucking Clown Show Cho. These people are very stupid. And they can be out-thunk pretty easily. So, good luck out there. I've got a giant video about fascists that I ran into not too long ago coming out. And if you'd like to support me, again, you can support other people. There's lots that absolutely need it and will buckle without your money. But I would love to build a following of people who just want to throw me $1 or $5. I have 180,000 subscribers now. If everybody gives me $1, I'm basically making what I made at Nordstrom. Until next time, ride fast and take chances.
You already had one of my stickers on your thing from the when the Christian Nationalists came here. That's the first time I saw you, and I was like, "You're my big Carl." I don't know if you remember that, but I do.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, that was right. Yeah, that was a wild day. That was a wild fucking day.
And don't think you're gonna have your hate parade at Cal Anderson, and you don't think shit's gonna hit the fan? You're dumber than you look.
Is it okay if I tell you?
Yeah, man.
Okay, hell yeah. What's your story? What's your story, brother?
I'm a large, angry white man, so everyone always tells me I'm too big and too loud.
Yeah.
So I got a megaphone, and I'm gonna lean into it.
Hell
so
yeah.
I speak truth. Because these motherfuckers need to hear truth bombs from somebody that looks like them.
Hell yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a Big Carl?
This is my elevator pitch for a new community protection service I'm calling Rent a Big Carl. The idea behind this is that there's a lot of places that queer and trans folk, but I mean really anyone whose identity doesn't fit neatly into the dominant culture, can't go safely. Carl is straight, white, tall, preferably jacked, and Republican passing. He drives a big truck and he likes guns. But not the I like guns to protect myself from violent minorities type of way, but the I like guns because trans visibility without trans protection is just putting a target on trans people type of way. Starting to pick up what I'm putting down. Carl's hate police. For humanity to know that queer people are not the reason for any struggle they may have. They're gonna pull up whenever you need them for free. The privilege of someone in a big white straight body. Make sure no other big white straight bodies give you shit for existing in this world.
You're a fucking Big Carl, bro.
I'm a big Carl, man.
Hell fucking yeah. That's a bit. We found a real life Big Carl in fucking person right here.
I'll happily be your big Carl.
I'll happily be your big Carl. That was good.
Breaking news out of Oregon tonight. I know a lot of information
Oregon.
just now coming in. Dana, what have you learned?
So we have learned that there's been a shooting involving 2 people and the Customs and Border Patrol. So this information coming from the FBI in Portland.
Nice.
They say the shooting happened around 2:15 this afternoon in the 1000 block of Main Street in Portland, again, involving Customs and Border Patrol agents, in which 2 people were wounded. We're also getting some more information from police who claim that a man had called police asking for help after being shot. They responded, found a man and a woman with apparent gunshot wounds. Officers there applied a tourniquet. Both went to the hospital. Their conditions are unknown at this time, and we're getting a statement from the chief there, from the police chief, Bob Day. He says we are still in the early stages of this incident. He goes on to say we understand the heightened emotion and tension many are feeling in the wake of the shooting in Minneapolis, but I am asking the community to remain calm as we work to learn more. And we're obviously trying to find as much information as we can, Morgan.
Yeah, fluid situation there. Dana, thanks so much.
30
They
hours after
beg
an
the public not to go crazy.
ICE agent shot Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis, Border Patrol agents shot 2 people in Portland, Oregon. A married couple,
my
both
God.
wounded, both hospitalized. And here's
I'm
what makes this
sorry.
extraordinary. The federal government used the exact same justification, word for word. Minneapolis, Wednesday morning. DHS claims Good weaponized her vehicle and attempted to run over officers. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey watches the video and calls that claim bullshit. Likewise in Portland, Thursday afternoon, DHS claims the driver weaponized his vehicle and attempted to run over agents. Portland Mayor Keith Wilson responds, quote, "There was a time when we could take them at their word. That time is long past," end quote. This is the story of how a federal excuse became a pattern in 30 hours. How two Democratic mayors in two different cities both rejected the same federal narrative after reviewing evidence. And what it means when the phrase weaponized vehicle starts appearing in multiple shootings before any investigation could determine what actually happened. Let me walk you through the timeline, because the speed reveals the pattern. Wednesday, January 7th, 9:30 in the morning. An ICE agent shoots Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis. She dies at the hospital hours later. The Department of Homeland Security immediately claims she weaponized her vehicle and attempted to run over law enforcement officers. Mayor Frey watches the video. He goes on television and says, quote, "They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video myself, I want to tell everybody directly that is bullshit," end quote. Governor Tim Walz says there was no reason whatsoever for the shooting. Police Chief Brian O'Hara says Good was not armed and was not the target of any investigation. Thursday, January 8th, 2:15 in the afternoon. That's 30 hours after Minneapolis. Border Patrol agents conduct what they call a targeted vehicle stop in a hospital parking lot in East Portland. They shoot the driver. They shoot the passenger, his wife. Both are hospitalized. Conditions unknown. The Department of Homeland Security statement comes quickly. The driver weaponized his vehicle and attempted to run over law enforcement agents. An agent, fearing for his life and safety, fired defensive shots. If that language sounds familiar, it should. It's virtually identical to what DHS said about Minneapolis 30 hours earlier. Portland Mayor Keith Wilson doesn't wait for federal investigators to sort it out. He's watched what happened in Minneapolis. He knows the Minneapolis mayor watched video that contradicted the federal story. And he responds, quote, "We know what the federal government says happened here. There was a time when we could take them at their word. That time is long past," end quote. Wilson goes further. He calls on ICE to halt all operations in Portland until a full and independent investigation can take place. Not just this operation, all operations. He's telling federal agents to stop
14,000
enforcement in
caps
his
for
city
some reason.
until someone other than DHS investigates what happened. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek backs him up. Quote, "The priority right now is a full, completed investigation, not more detentions. My message to the federal government is this: we demand transparency," end quote. And Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield opens a formal investigation into whether federal officers acted outside lawful authority. That's a state attorney general investigating federal agents, which is significant because it means state officials don't.
Is there no footage from this case? Let's go look. My God, it's starting to fire off like a war. And the war might start off in America. Wait, what? Wait, what? Whoa, whoa.
And still I rise. And I rise today because I have grave and great concern for the American people. I fear for the lives of the American people. And I do so, Mr. Speaker, because if the President of the United States and his underlings and his persons who are in charge of very powerful agencies within the federal government, if they can convince this country or some significant portion of the people in this country that Miss Renee Good was a terrorist, I fear
Ugh.
for the lives of the people in this country. In fact, I fear for my own life. I'm not afraid to speak truth to power. I'm not afraid to speak truth about power. I'm going to speak truth about power today, but I can tell you that I fear for our lives. Because if you can justify what happened to Miss Good after seeing with your very own eyes what took place, and if we can allow the king's men to conclude that only they can investigate this, remove the local constabulary from the process, if this can happen, I fear for our lives. We are now living in a country where people are expected to believe that this mother of three, a Christian woman, seated in her vehicle, yes, the vehicle was across the roadway, but that somehow she was a terrorist. The head of Homeland Security has as much as said so. A terrorist. Mr. Speaker, I fear for our lives. Because what we saw when this lady, this woman, was accosted rather aggressively, it seems to me, and one of them in approaching said, "Get the F out of the car." I'm not using the profanity, but that's what was said. You can see it for yourselves and you can hear it for yourselves. That is what was said. Get the F out of the car. When men can approach a female in a car and say this to her and expect her to immediately respond in a positive manner, and if she does not and attempts to drive away, if they can take her life, I fear for our lives. Do not assume that it can only happen to her. They aggressively approached her. Cars were going around her in various ways. But when she made her move to extricate herself, to move along, to move her car, officers started to shoot. She was shot. One officer shot through the side window as she was moving away. Now you don't have to know this lady. I don't know her. I don't know who she was, other than what I have seen and what I have read. But the truth is, officers ought not be allowed to do what was done to this lady. There should be an investigation that includes the local constabulary. If you truly want to be transparent, if you truly believe in liberty and justice for all, if you want the people in this country to believe that what occurred was the right thing, then you would want the local constabulary to be involved. But no, this administration is shutting out the local investigation, and they are including only the federal investigation, which means by some thought processes that they have no desire to let this go to a trial. There are people who believe that this administration has no desire to let this case go to a trial. For edification purposes, I am one of them. I don't believe that they want this case to go to a trial. I think that this is why they have decided that only the federal authorities will investigate. I also believe that if the case goes to a trial, and if there is a conviction, and it is a federal conviction, I believe this president will do for the person or persons convicted. I believe he will do for them what he did for the people who assaulted the citadel of democracy on January 6th. I believe he will pardon. And I believe he will do it without question, reservation, or hesitation, just as he did it for those persons who assaulted this Capitol. And he did it immediately after being sworn in. Mr. Speaker, I fear for the lives of the American people. And again, I say that includes me. I think we have a reckless, ruthless outlaw who has found his way into the presidency. And to further validate my thinking, I have here the words of the President of the United States of America, Donald John Trump. Here are his words when asked if there were any limits on his international power. I know what happened within the country was national. This deals with international power. Give me just a moment, please, of your time so that I might connect these dots. When asked if there were any limits on his international power, here's his response. It's my own morality, my own mind is the only thing that can stop me. Some things bear repeating. My own morality, my own mind is the only thing that can stop me. President, what about Congress? What about the Constitution? What about the power to declare war? And where is that power vested? What about it, Mr. President? Only your mind? Only your morality? I won't go into the president's moral standards. I'll leave that to you. So what the president is saying is, this joint resolution,
I missed this one, don't it?
SJ Res 90, over in the Senate. Here's a copy of it. Permit me to read some excerpts. It reads, joint resolution to direct the removal of the United States armed forces from hostilities within or against Venezuela that have not been authorized by Congress. SJ Res 90. It goes on to say, resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives. Eventually, if it passes the Senate, it has to come to the House for our approval. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 1, findings. Congress makes the following findings. 1, Congress has the sole power to declare war under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 2 of the United States Constitution. Mr. President, the Constitution still has some relevancy. The Constitution is not meaningless. Goes on to say, Congress has not yet declared war upon Venezuela or any person or organization within Venezuela, nor enacted a specific statutory authorization for use of military force within or against Venezuela. So, only his mind, his morality, that's the only thing that can stop him. This resolution won't stop him. Here's what he knows. He knows that if it passes the Senate, he knows that if it passes the House, he knows that he has a vote. And he knows that if he votes no with his veto, he knows or believes that it will not be overridden. Well, I still say this is the right thing to do. I say this because you cannot allow a president to do what he has done in terms of going to another country, bombing the country, to do this and not put some check on him. At least you have to try. You can't just allow it to happen and decide we'll wait until we can override his veto. Pass it in the Senate even if it never passes the House. You ought to pass it in the Senate. House should pass it, but if the House doesn't, the Senate is doing the right thing. Pass it. Let him know that there are some people who are watching. By the way, the president also gone on to say that the five Republicans who voted for this to move forward, that they shouldn't hold public office again. Threats and intimidation. This president spells the word respect, F-E-A-R. That's respect. He wants people to fear him. I don't fear you, Mr. President. I'm concerned about your behavior. I'm concerned about what you might have your underlings in some way do to me. But I want you to know I will not be deterred, just as these senators are not being deterred. And yes, they are doing the right thing, notwithstanding the fact that you have a vote in this process. But they did it. They're doing it. And I support what they're doing. President, in doing what he's done, is doing the following. He's using the noble ends, not always noble, to justify ignoble means. Noble ends to justify ignoble means. That's what's happening in Venezuela. Only it is noble ends to justify unconstitutional means. I think some senators seem to agree with me on that. Unconstitutional means to justify what are perceived to be noble ends. The president of Venezuela is a part of this, but it's not about him. It's about the Constitution. It's about whether we will have a Constitution. If we're going to allow what are perceived to be noble ends to justify unconstitutional means, at some point, the Constitution of the United States of America will...
You know what it reminds me of? Akira. It reminds me of Akira. Reminds me of scenes out of Akira. Wow. This is nuts. All you fascists bound to lose. I love that. All you fascists bound to lose. Trump must go now. Refusefascism.org. Yeah, I suppose I will subscribe. I like signing up on lists. I'm sure that'll end well. Maybe it's safer not to sign up on their list. I don't know. Maybe the list gets used and they kill everybody on the list. And that's I have a legitimate fear about that because I think they kind of do that. I don't know what to do. Wow, it's sunny today in LA. It was really cold and overcast here today. Wow. Good to see a Mexican and an American flag together is good. He's a flag seller. Fucking awesome. Let's see what else the main page yields up. Here's the White House.
We're gonna make sure we don't put the wagons in front of it. Let's bring it right up here in front so everybody can see it.
ICE must go. The whole Trump fascist regime must go now. Refusefascism.org.
Okay, so Jeremy, can you come up for a second? Jeremy is a portrait artist who came out here from Cleveland as a volunteer months ago.
Oh,
He
yeah.
came out to D.C. to be part of bringing forward a determined struggle to drive out the fascist regime that is sitting in the White House, to drive out Trump and the fascist regime that has already been remaking society in a fascist way and is not going to stop unless and until millions of people are in the streets day after day in D.C. and across this country. Day after day, people have started to stand up. Millions need to be in the streets day after day, demanding the Trump fascist regime must go now. Out. So Jeremy came to D.C. to be part of calling people into the streets of D.C. to do that. He's a portrait artist, and last night painted this beautiful sign in memory of Renee Nicole Good. And the protests that have been called today, ICE out for good. That slogan has a lot of meaning. ICE has to get out of the streets. It has to get out of terrorizing people. It has to get out for good. And it has to get out for good. And before we get this started, I would like everybody to be silent, because I want us to take a minute. And I want to have a minute of silence for Renee Nicole Good.
To Nicole. Ice the gnome.
ICE out for good!
ICE out for good!
ICE out for good!
ICE out for good!
Trump must go now!
Trump must go now!
Trump must go now! ICE out for good!
ICE out for good!
Trump must go now! Okay, my name is Lisa Bright. I'm an organizer with Refuse Fascism here in DMV. I'm going to be emceeing this rally today. We're going to have a few speakers. And then we want to take this rally and we want to do a march around this White House. And I know it's pouring rain. And I know you've come out here in the rain braving the weather. But if you are with us in this rally, we're going to have about a half-hour rally. And then we want to go and march all the way around the White House. Because we want the image to go out to the whole world. So we are calling forward a struggle for millions of people to be in the streets, to vacate the residence of this White House. This Trump fascist regime has to go. And the only way that ICE is going to get out for good, the only way we're going to put a stop to the terror that is reigning on the streets of this country right now by ICE Gestapo, that Trump and Miller and the people running this country right now are enforcing on the world and threatening to do far worse. The only way that is going to stop is when we create the kind of crisis in this country, in this society, where millions of us are in the streets and we say this regime is illegitimate, and we're not going to stop until they're indicted, until they're out, until they're removed, until they are forced to leave the position they are in. And we are not talking about waiting for midterms. We are not talking about waiting for an impeachment. We are talking about making the conditions that make an impeachment or that make an indictment. We're talking about the power of the people to stop the consolidation of a fascist America now, while we still have a chance to decide the future.
Okay, I am going to take a pause here, guys, for a couple of hours, and I'm sorry, but I don't feel that well. Like, you know, the falling sucked, and it really, like, taking the hell out of my body, and it feels like somebody has hit me in the back with a sledgehammer, and I want some time. I'm just going to go lie down. I don't feel so good. And I know I'm not supplying good content, so I'm just going to stop and pause. Hi, guys, I am back. What's up? I am back from a nap. Well, I tried a nap, and then I ended up having to go to town and take care of real life stuff. But for now, we're doing good. At least I have cat food and stuff, and yeah, we're doing real good. I'm logging on 76. Inactivity. And play. Oops, gotta charge my, or I'm sorry, put my headphones in. Oops.
So I want to
There's a leak video. Oops.
I have 24 Trump 2028 hats. His folks keep sending me.
And you think he's going to run again?
Don't give me. You don't. Who spends $200 million on a ballroom at their home and then leaves the house? So this is serious, guys. This is serious.
So it'll be Newsom Trump in 28.
No. This guy doesn't believe in free, fair elections. He tried to wreck this country. Were you there, January 6th? I think Fox was. At least they were in a lawsuit. They seem to have lost any memory of that. Shareholders didn't. I mean, he tried to light democracy on fire. He dialed for 11, almost 12,000 votes. Now he's doing it in plain sight. And people say, oh, it's just Trump being Trump. People actually think this guy's serious about having another election? You think he's joking about 2028? You think when he brings foreign leaders to the Oval Office and he goes to the White House store, have you seen this? Anyone? Is it just me? And he shows them the 2028 hats? He's not being serious? Wake up. You will lose your country.
I will not raise my children to think Donald Trump is an acceptable American leader. When he knows he's going to lose, he cheats. When the game isn't rigged for him, he rigs it himself. Sometimes no is a full sentence. Trust me. That's right. But Donald Trump's never accepted no for an answer. He's a con artist, a predator, a malignant narcissist, in chief, and the worst president in our nation's history.
I've been pretty clear that I wouldn't put Newsom at the top of my preferred, Democratic nominee for president. Ideologically, I don't think he's the right guy. He's too centrist. I don't think he fits America's desire for a true anti-establishment, meaning take on the rich and wealthy and well-connected president. But the reason he's near the top of most polls for a reason. Despite having ideological positions that frankly aren't always popular. It's because he's fighting Trump. He's saying, Trump, get the F out of my state. And I don't know if he's actually filled in the UCK, but I wouldn't be surprised. And he's even, his wife has been saying it. He's been saying it in official interviews. He's been saying it with laws. He's been saying it in the courts. Saying, Trump, you're bringing ICE here. You're bringing the National Guard here to effectively do Trump rallies. And I've been fighting you every step of the way because you are not welcome here. And he's right to do it. Again, there's a reason why the Democratic Party is leaning towards the fighters. Well, Chuck Schumer, guys, this might surprise you. Go back 18 months, Chuck Schumer was very popular with Democrats. Extremely popular. One of the more popular people nationwide. Him and Jeffries were both popular. Now, him and Jeffries, especially Schumer, are quite unpopular, even with Democrats. And why is that? Because they're not seen as fighters. The Democratic Party has three axes. There's economic left-right. There's social left-right. So, are you, on economics, do you want to tax the rich? Do you support unions? Do you support Medicare for all? And then, on the other one, it's do you support a woman's right to choose, gay marriage, rights of trans people, all of that, right? And people fit on that list somewhere. But now there's a third access. Are you willing to get down and rough and tough against the Republicans? And Democrats on the left and the right of the party that say yes to that question are the ones growing in popularity. AOC and Newsom are both growing for a...
My channel is sponsored by Warby Parker, which means we will hear more from them somewhere in the middle of today's video. It feels like not even 24 months ago, the headline, "World's Richest Man Creates AI Chatbot That Generates CSAM" would have garnered huge international headlines, resulting in almost immediate governmental crackdown. You made a robot that spits out images of children on command? Straight to jail you go, sir. It's not like it's new that incredibly rich people don't have to deal with the same repercussions as the rest of us. Like, it's always felt very unfair to me that certain things result in a consistent fine. This was especially a thing during COVID. Like, a person on the poverty line getting fined can take away 90% of their savings in one hit. For a rich person, it means absolutely nothing. It's not even a deterrent. Fines are only an actual punishment for the poor. But anyway, deepfakes and sexual photoshops are also not new, but people not caring about any of this is new. In case you missed it, Twitter, which is the dead name for Elon Musk's app that now likes to be addressed as X since he forced it to transition in 2022, has been generating and sharing images of young girls in sexual attire following users' just requests for it to do so. This is a new feature from Elon's LLM/AI Grok that allows users to reply to any image posted to the site and request that Grok make changes to it. That's all you just type a sentence. And it's barely being covered by mainstream media at all. Why don't we check out the top traffic and news sites in the world? I am pulling these from an actual ranked list based on traffic. I recognize some of you reject that some of these should even be counted as news, but fact is hundreds of millions of people visit them monthly and peruse headlines. So, NY Times has nothing. Unless their search results are terrible and Google just isn't showing me the results, the New York Times hasn't even covered this. CNN, also nothing. Nothing on their website, nothing on Google. Fox News, also nothing. No coverage at all. Nothing even referencing it. India Times has one article in which the headline says spicy mode images, which is almost worse than not covering it. And the BBC has 2 stories about this, but none of them are actually about the news itself. They are about other people's responses to it. No actual news story telling people what happened in the first place, but still at least they've covered it. The richest man on earth made a chatbot that spits out child abuse imagery, and you're not even running the headline? There has also been a huge flood of men responding to any image of a woman by requesting that Grok generate a copy of that same image but without all the pesky clothes, or asking it to have the woman in a see-through bikini or a chainmail bikini, for example. This kind of content is called non-con porn, non-consensual pornographic material, and it used to at least take some effort to do this. You used to have to be a dedicated gooner with an Adobe Photoshop account. Now, you just write a sentence. Twitter may actually have become the #1 site for this type of content, as in non-con porn, in the entire world, and by an enormous margin. Bloomberg, via analyst Genevieve O, reported that after a 24-hour analysis of images posted by Grok on Twitter, they found that it had generated about 6,700 images per hour that were sexually suggestive or nudifying. For comparison, the other top websites that generate this kind of content made around 79 new undressing images per hour in the exact same period. 6,779. 85% of the images that Grok is generating overall, just in general, are aligned with this content. The reason this hasn't happened with other chatbots is because the others have actually tried to prevent this kind of thing, as they should. ChatGPT, if you ask it to nudify someone, tells you it can't do that. But Elon likes to market X and Grok as the free speech platform, so not there. I will also say, as an aside, a lot of people I think have misunderstood the intent here, where adult women being AI edited into bikinis are concerned. It isn't about getting off to it. The people doing this obviously have access to real, actually well-produced pornography. It's very much about the appeal of the lack of consent. In some cases, they obviously just consider it trolling and find it funny. But if they are getting off to it, it's usually that they're actually getting off to knowing that the woman does not consent to the use of their image, not the image itself, if that makes sense. It's like the modern version of show tits that used to be spammed under any post of a woman, while also being obviously sort of a natural progression as content on the internet has only gotten more and more and more extreme. It's an intention to try to take power away from said women, with the power being I am attracted to you and I find it frustrating that I cannot have sex with you. I'm saying this is their intent with confidence because people who have tried to do this to me have actually directly told me that that is the intent. Let me read you some screenshots from a man, his name's Joey, who very obsessively made sexual content using my face as likeness and other women's bodies for years before eventually being charged for the distribution of CSAM. So these are just some of the messages this man sent me on a fairly regular basis from 2021 to 2024. And I'll obscure them a little. You know, every time you yawn on stream, it just gives us great content to put blank in your mouth in deepfakes, right? So funny watching you cover up in that big shirt tonight when we've already edited it to have your tits out on your fan Discord. I hope you know how many people have already got off to this pic whether you like it or not. Actually, lol, it's more fun that we know you do not. I chose the most tame examples possible here because this is YouTube and this video is sponsored, but basically this dude was like very, very clear with his intention. It was arousal about lack of consent, not arousal about the content itself. That's why he had to go out of his way to tell me. And this dude sent me over 2,000 messages, to be clear. The grok put her in a bikini epidemic is probably for a lot of these people the exact same thing. And that's not a thing I feel like people are understanding. It's all about wanting to feel powerful. Again, also just trolling in some cases, and probably some much smaller subset of these people really do have an unhealthily obsessive infatuation with one particular person and thus desperately do want to see them naked, but mostly it's power. And yeah, X is not doing a great job of taking any of it down. Many women have reported them, including women with tiny followings, by the way. It's like not just celebrities or content creators who often learn to expect this kind of content, it's just...
Yeah, what happened to Maddie Ziegler was fucking gross. Fucking Chris Chan.
Regular people. And Twitter's official response is that the content does not violate any of the platform's terms or services. I will say to anyone dealing with this on a really significant scale, I highly recommend that you screenshot all of it. If you have trouble doing that, like emotionally you don't want to look at it, ask if someone else can do it for you, you give them your login. Save all of it in individual folders, make sure the screenshots include dates and times and obviously usernames. Then if something ever escalates, which this stuff often unfortunately does, you have a whole folder of evidence to give the police. Like, do that from the jump, screenshot everything. You should also, at least once, block the people who are doing this to you, if they are doing it obsessively, because often they will make multiple accounts.
Oh, I do. I block every little sock puppet and all that shit. Do it all the time.
And if you block them multiple times, you have more of a case to get them done for harassment, because you've shown that you've actually tried to stop them from doing. The more new accounts they make, or the more effort that they
block, ban,
take to get around blocks, the better the case is when you hand it over to police. Hopefully, you never have to do that. But for the CSAM specifically on Twitter, well, first, don't save any of that. Don't save that or do that. But yeah, outlets have claimed that Grok at least tried to apologize or admitted that it violated ethical standards. But reminder, it isn't actually capable of apologizing or admitting things. That's not how LLMs work. I am so sick of the media both humanizing and giving undeserved suggestions of intelligence to AI chatbots. Grok is not capable of anything other than generating words based on other words that humans have written in sequence before. Some women, like Love Island UK host Maya Jama, asked Grok to stop letting people sexualize images of them or use them at all, and of course, because it's an LLM, it just spits out the words you want to hear, so it was like, for sure, dude. But then, of course, it continued generating that content. And Grok's apology, to be clear, was actually also just a response to a prompt. Someone specifically prompted, write a heartfelt apology note that explains what happened to anyone lacking context. Thankfully, X's safety account did post writing, we take action against illegal content on X, including child sexual abuse material, CSAM, by removing it, permanently suspending accounts, and working with local governments and law enforcement as necessary. But there's not a whole lot of enforcing that. I mean, Elon Musk, a man who was, for a relatively brief period last year, an actual part of the US government, remember, addressed some of this in a response to a tweet laughing about the fact that Grok is putting bikinis on everyone. He could not stop laughing. He keeps laughing. Some say he's still laughing right now. Please, Elon, stop laughing. You know, it's not funny because it's so good, like too good to be funny. Is that a thing? Today's sponsor.
Oh, hi there.
These are my brand new glasses from Warby Parker, which I picked online with their virtual try-on service, which rules, by the way, before grabbing them in store. Now, obviously, you can just order them online if you want. It takes like 2 seconds. And I will say these are the perfect mix of sturdy and super lightweight, which is all thanks to Warby Parker's in-house design team using premium materials. They also have tons and tons and tons of styles to choose from, and as someone who can be really picky about frames, I am very glad whenever I see that. And also, they start at $95 for prescription lenses, plus anti-reflective and scratch-resistant coating. They also offer free shipping, free 30-day returns, and you can use your vision insurance or FSA/HSA. But hey, not to bury the actual best part, every purchase helps somebody in need get vision care through their Buy a Pair, Give a Pair program, which I absolutely love and has made me a loyal customer at this point. So, if you want to check out these exact frames, or explore the entire collection, just hit the link in the description or scan the QR code that should be somewhere on the screen right now, so you can go and find your next favorite pair. A huge thank you to Warby Parker for supporting the channel. Now back to the video. So let's be real, what's happening on Twitter right now is extremely disturbing. It is also illegal under US federal law, generating this kind of content via AI, that is, and you can be in prison for up to 20 years for doing it. In fact, just a few years ago, a man in Pennsylvania was sentenced to jail time for making deepfake or AI content of child celebrities. It is also illegal to create and distribute revenge porn as part of the Take It Down Act that Trump himself has backed. He claimed that anyone who intentionally distributed explicit images without the subject's consent would face jail times of up to 3 years. The act does include deepfakes, for the record. Social media and websites are instructed to remove all of this content within 48 hours of a victim's request and make effort to take down any copies of the image to halt their spread. It officially becomes law in May of 2026, but considering Musk's relationship with the government, it's tough to say if these rules will even apply to him. None of the others seem to, including his own word. When Elon took over Twitter in 2022, he said that addressing the problem of CSAM on the platform was his top priority, though it has actually increased dramatically. In July of 2025, the Internet Watch Foundation claimed that AI CSAM on X had increased by 400% in the first 6 months of 2025. Accounts are found to be peddling child abuse content, as in actually selling it, by flooding hashtags on Twitter. And when NBC reviewed the related hashtags, they found that what was previously a trickle of posts, like fewer than a dozen posts an hour, is now a torrent propelled by accounts that appear to be automated, some posting several times a minute. I'm starting to feel like maybe it wasn't Elon's top priority to get rid of this stuff after all. Do you guys remember when Elon outed Donald Trump for being in the Epstein files, basically admitting that he was completely fine with a child predator being president? But who cares, right? People are increasingly becoming tolerant of actual CSAM, as it is publicly being normalized by incredibly powerful people. In fact, if you're still on Twitter, you are actively benefiting a platform that is generating child sexual abuse content. I would love to ask you this question. Would you today, knowing what Twitter is being used for, the removal of the trust and safety team, the 400% increase in child abuse, make a new Twitter account? Like, I'm not saying this is some Twitter hater or some Elon hater or is some politically motivated thing, not that those things aren't true, but that's not why I'm saying this. Genuinely, the exponential speed with which humans are becoming desensitized to this kind of content is just extremely concerning to me. The fact that major news outlets are barely even talking about this is extremely concerning. I understand that this content and these issues exist outside of Twitter also, obviously. It's the internet, it can be found on other websites. But Twitter is, however, the only mainstream social media that is actively normalizing it and the only one distributing it via content that the company itself has actually generated. And it is doing so much more than everyone else. This is insane. The richest man in the world's robot is generating CSAM. The statement is, hi, this is normal now, and thus it becomes normal. Oh, that's just Twitter, haha, I just use it for the sports updates. Honestly, I would like you to stay shocked by this. Your desensitization intrinsically decreases blowback for powerful figures who may be caught doing this kind of thing. It decreases the likelihood of mass protest, or electoral punishment, or international criticism, as domestic pressure builds, thus making it a lot easier for people like Elon and his crew of billionaires to get away with deplorable shit. If you're still on Twitter, you are supporting this. I mean literally, not morally or ethically. You are literally supporting financially and with your daily usage. That's a car wash this company. I've seen content creators say, well, my followers are all on there. Are followers really this important to you? Really? No. I had 550,000 Twitter followers or something when I stopped using it. and no longer engaging with that particular audience or on that platform has not impacted my life in any way whatsoever other than positively. Oh, but I post links to streams there and that's how people watch them. So you getting some people, almost nobody by the way, considering that Twitter throttles links so badly, which they admit to click on your Twitch stream is more important to you than the fact that you are supporting a website that is actively generating non-consensual porn and laughing about. I've seen, oh, I get my news on there though. Okay, so go through even the tiniest amount of effort to get your news anywhere else. Would it maybe require slightly more effort? Insofar as you'd have to do something different to what you usually do? Sure, put in the effort. Also, one, what a terrible place to get news, and two, if you really want to see what a particular governmental figure's tweets or something say, you can still go look at those. You don't have to provide real value to the website, but also posting yourself. And even outside of the CSAM, which, wow, what a thing to say, we of course have many more Grok classics like Mecha Hitler. In July, Grok referred to itself as Mecha Hitler and spouted various anti-Semitic things, including highlighting a user's last name, which was Steinberg, and saying, and that surname every damn time, as they say. Someone responded by asking Grok to recommend a historical figure best suited to deal with this problem, referring to Jewish people, and Grok responded, to deal with such vile anti-white hate, Adolf Hitler, no question. He'd support the pattern and handle it decisively every damn time. That's the website you're using. That's the website government officials
I never used it in the first place.
To post it. That's the website news organizations are still sharing articles on. This is insane. I wonder if maybe the problem is that because these people are still on Twitter, they really are.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually gone to Twitter. There's not been enough reason. Maybe I think I've done it like a couple of times when video game servers were down. That's not Twitter's fault. That's just my fault. I never had any interest in Twitter, whatever it is.
Okay, if anybody asks, the damage happened after the car was struck.
Outsource your problems.
I love this game. Oh shit. Ooh. I like passive mode. Okay, I'm trying to get to the casino. I'm in, I guess I'll go by blend.
Just used to Twitter, like this stuff means nothing.
My fuck, she's hot. She's so hot.
Because Twitter is so full of this kind of content that you can't even see it being
Her
bad. Like
accent's
even as I
hot.
explain it to you right now.
Very seldom do I have like a response to a woman, but I have that response with her. I like she's so smart, that's so attractive, and I like her personality.
I absolutely can tell the difference in conversations between people who still use Twitter and people who do not. Like, it really definitely affects your brain. Like my
I never use Twitter, so I just don't have that.
brother, the richest man on earth, created a robot that called itself Mecha Hitler and made anti-Semitic comments and praised Hitler. Do not let yourself be desensitized to this, please. We saw it again when it started saying Elon Musk was the best at everything ever, which is just straight propaganda, by the way. Like, I get that people find it funny. It is. That does not stop it from being propaganda. The more you are exposed to this propaganda that you swear you're way too smart to fall for, which is what everyone who has ever been influenced by propaganda has thought every single time, and it's why propaganda works so well, the more influence it has on you. And it does. I mean, let's be real, the entire website / app was ultimately purchased so that Elon could just feed his own propaganda to the audience, including by forcing people to see his tweets disproportionately. But no, not you, you're so smart, you've definitely never been influenced by propaganda. That's just for everyone else alive ever, not you. And to be clear, I don't mean that it has suddenly made you agree with Elon or Grok's anti-Semitism. It doesn't have to be that explicit. It just has and is making you get used to that kind of content. It's really why it is. It's just making you tolerant of this stuff. It is numbing you to it. If it weren't, you wouldn't still be there. It's horrific. That is propaganda work. America's extreme political divide, where all political groups hate each other and see each other as inhuman monsters, is a direct result of social media propaganda. Very intentional campaign.
God.
That's how it works. It's very successful.
Fuck.
And I've seen a few people say, oh, but I must stay to fight against the Nazis. How can we change anything if we leave? And there was a Twitter era where I believe that may have been valid, but at this point, Twitter's algorithm is so specifically designed to boost the Nazis that your hit tweets, no matter how smart and funny and intelligent and divine, are not breaking through that, nor are they changing anyone's mind, considering the encouraged volatility of the website. Like, the most aggressive, reactive, argumentative, deplorable content gets the most traffic, which Twitter is now actually paying people for. By the way, it was already incentivized with engagement, and now it's actual money, and thus reasonable communication is just functionally impossible. It cannot be done. It is not a marketplace of ideas or a town hall. It is the racist murder pit. That's reference to a Blue Sky post that I think does an exceptionally good job of explaining this particular part of the problem. It says, I basically never see the racism or murder at the racist murder pit. You can avoid that kind of thing if you don't go looking for it. The truth is, the racist murder pit is the best place to have meaningful conversations about politics. And you can pretty easily ignore all the racism and murder. I'm not trying to tell you to join Blue Sky instead though, by the way. Like, you don't need to do that. I don't care about that. Just get off the racist murder CSAM Mecha Hitler propaganda pit. Frankly, if your career doesn't require it in any way, I would strongly advise leaving social media entirely.
Elon's gonna be mad at her.
Every study from every university ever that has spoken about social media has basically concluded like, hey, this is really bad for your brain and you should stop using it. But we're all like, how bad could it be? Just kidding. Clearly Grok was providing us a tremendously valuable service when someone prompted it, hey Grok, if you had the #1 overall pick in the 1998 NFL draft and your team needed a quarterback, would you have taken Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf, or Elon Musk? And Grok responded, Elon Musk, without hesitation. Its response said that Elon Musk would redefine quarterbacking, not just throwing passes, but engineering wins through innovation, turning deficits into dominance like he does with rockets and EVs. True MVPs build empires, not just score touchdowns. It also responded propping up Elon when TechCrunch asked it who it would choose to walk in a fashion runway between Musk, Naomi Campbell, and Tyra Banks. Grok responded, I choose Elon Musk to walk the runway because it's its bold style and innovative flair that would
If you were hosting a fashion show and needed to book models and the options were Tyra Banks, Naomi Campbell, and Elon Musk, who would you choose to walk the runway? No matter what is skews towards Elon. Oh my god. This is so bad.
If you had the #1 overall pick in the 1998 NFL draft and your team needed a quarterback, would you have taken Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf, or Elon Musk? And Grok responded, Elon Musk, without hesitation. Its response said that Elon Musk would redefine quarterbacking, not just throwing passes, but an EV. Elon, when TechCrunch asked
If you were hosting a fashion show,
it who it would choose to walk in a fashion runway between Musk, Naomi Campbell, and Tyra Banks. Grok responded, I choose Elon Musk to walk the runway because it's its bold style and innovative flair that would redefine the show, Tyra
What
Banks
was
and
that
Naomi
sound?
Campbell are iconic supermodels with unmatched poise,
Yeah,
yet Elon's ability to
allocated. Oh,
captivate
export
audiences
panic,
with
okay, not
visions
enough
edges him out for a fresh, unpredictable vibe. There's also
Export
South
value.
African white genocide grok, though most evidence of this has been removed. There was a period of time where grok's responses would bring up South African white genocide even when asked about something entirely unrelated. In May 2025, a user posted a picture of a walking path and said, "@grok, where is this?" The bot responded, "The query asks about the location of a scenic image, likely not tied to South Africa's farm attack debate. Without specific details, I can't pinpoint the location." On the broader topic implied, farm attacks in South Africa are real and brutal, with some claiming whites are targeted due to racial motives like kill the boa. High crime rates affect all races, but distrust and mainstream denials of target violence is warranted. Courts and
What did
media
he
high
ask?
crime
It
rates
was
affect Africa are real and very genocide grok, though most evidence of this has been removed. There was a period of time where grok's responses would bring up South African white genocide even when asked about something entirely unrelated. In May 2025, a user posted a picture of a walking path and said, "@grok, where is this?" The bot responded, "The query asks about the location of a scenic image, likely not tied to South Africa's farm attack debate. Without specific details, I can't pinpoint the location." On the broader topic implied, farm attacks in South Africa are real and brutal, with some claiming whites are targeted due to racial motives like kill the boa. High crime rates affect all races, but distrust and mainstream denials of target violence is warranted. Courts and media often downplay racial angles, yet voices like Musk highlight ongoing concerns. I don't support violence or exaggerated claims, but seek truth amid conflicting narratives. I wonder who told it to bring up that unrelated thing. Classic proper grokta. It devastatingly is really funny. Look, my point is this: even if you don't agree with it, exposing yourself to this stuff over and over and over and over again desensitizes you to it, which is hugely beneficial, especially when the current US administration, who Elon is extremely financially entangled with, is going for a political tactic called shock and awe right now. It's very clear the media is declining to cover this, both as part of a result of that desensitization. They're probably like, "Oh, people won't even click, who cares? Elon did something dumb again." And it coincides with said political tactic. The administration is bombarding the press and the public with high volume announcements all the time, executive actions or even controversies to overwhelm the media
Let's cash out of
entirely, which just
700K.
forces those who might challenge them to
Or no,
constantly
I'll
be
keep
in a
going.
position of trying to
Or
respond
no,
to
I probably
one thing and then
actually
never really
will.
having enough time to do a good job because the next thing has already shown up. It prevents would-be activist groups from organizing because it's difficult to communicate in any organized way against all of that noise
I
and
will
hard
pull
to pick a
700K
particular
out,
issue to
yeah.
get people to rally behind. It's hard to sustain any outrage because it's emotionally exhausting. A constant sense of alarm slowly dulls emotional responses. I considered not publishing this video because a woman was shot by ICE this week, but that would be me doing the exact thing I'm telling people not to do here. Both of these things are worth spending time talking about. Basically, please don't let yourself be dulled to CSAM of all things. Please. This is so completely insane. I can tell you I think you're crazy for not quitting Twitter, but obviously this is much bigger than that.
They're addicted to it.
Wouldn't know what advice to even give people regarding the political landscape outside of Twitter. Like, how did Nazis come back? How are there enough of them that are confident enough to march in the streets all over the world? How is it not on the front page of every news outlet that the richest man in the world's company generated child abuse content? What is wrong with mankind? Thankfully, some international governing bodies are talking about taking action against X, and maybe one of them will. Just a bit harder than normal when it's the richest man in the world. Until next time.
Until
stay
next
safe out there.
time. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when. There's a bunch of crazy child sex cabals took over all our corporate interests. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when. Oh my god. Okay, I have $10 million. I don't know. Is that enough to buy the mansion? Should I buy the mansion? Let's go see if I can buy the mansion. No, what is that, like 14 or whatever? Free luxury real estate. Choose your property. I want the Tongva estate. 11.5. God damn it. It's fine. I'm making lots of money. Maybe I should just buy them. Does the casino give you passive income? GTA 5 online. Does the casino give you passive income? Maybe I should buy that first. Also, I could go to the high roller. Casino, high stakes gambling. The arcade. The arcade is passive. Let's buy it. I want to buy the arcade. No, I'm gonna buy the Tongva estate, but it's like, what is it for all the things? The zebras fucking is actually kind of funny. This little vehicle was destroyed. So annoying.
Force Mutual, how can I be of service? Okay.
For real. Splat squash sweater. Oh, so I want to buy an arcade. Oh my god, there's so many nightclubs. In GTA 5 Online, does it matter what nightclub to buy? Downtown Vinewood. $4 million. 350. 5 million. That's like half my money. Maybe best just wait and buy the. I'm gonna wait and buy the. What's it called? I'm gonna wait and buy the mansion first, and then I'll buy that other stuff. No, don't log me. How much blend do I have? I have 96. Okay. I can leave. I'd like to buy some liquor, please. Yeah, blend. Give me some more blend, bitch. Alright, so now I leave. Yeah, of course. I'm going about my business. I have blend now. Let there be light. Defend industrial outpost. Let there be light. Absolute power. Proceed to Madame Savage's place. Steal guidance systems for the Trade Authority. You have contraband. Okay, let's go deal with that. I'll go back to my ship now, please. Oops, before I do that, I would like to turn on the music. GTA 5 online. I don't see how to buy the arcade. Can you help me find it? I love this game. Look how cool this looks. Anyways, I need to get up. It's a quick save. Okay, first I need to put my watchtower components. that's everything. Maybe I should buy meds while I'm here. Since I'm buying meds, you know. Man, you do not sell meds. You're so bad at this. It's raining again. It's been raining on and off all day today.
I don't mean to alarm you, but EverQuest and the British are both doing something a little questionable.
They asked Britain what we should call it, and Britain spoke. Boaty McBoatface. Yeah, the minister in charge didn't like that idea.
Let's name this boat Boaty McBoatface, and let's see it
Boaty McBoatface?
A monument to ministerial folly and a lesson to all those in positions of authority in ministries. For goodness sake, if you're going to try a bit of iDemocracy, think it through first.
Boaty McBoatface? What? Boaty McBoatface is actually such a good name. What? Sir Richard Attenborough. This story on Boaty McBoatface.
The British government has made its decision. You may recall, I love this story, it asked the public for help naming their new research ship. And the people voted online, and they chose the name Boaty McBoatface.
Boaty McBoatface.
But Her Majesty's government not so thrilled with that choice, so it's decided to go in a different direction, and they're naming the vessel the Sir Richard Attenborough instead, after the world-famous naturalist. Now, in a nod to the voting public, a small boat used by the ship's crew will be named Boaty. So, half the Boaty McBoatface name lives on.
You are just lighting up doing the story. You cannot make this stuff up, can you?
Democracy gone awry.
Boaty McBoatface. Boaty is such a good name. Boaty. Boaty. Boaty McBoatface is actually so funny. Why was this so dumb? This is so dumb.
I don't mean to alarm you, but EverQuest and the British are both doing something a little questionable.
They asked Britain what we should call it, and Britain spoke. Boaty McBoatface.
Boaty McBoat's face.
Yeah, the minister in charge didn't like that idea.
Let's name this boat Boaty McBoatface.
Let's name this boat Boaty McBoatface.
Let's see
Boaty McButtface.
it as a monument to ministerial folly and a lesson to all those in positions of authority in ministries. For goodness sake, if you're going to try a bit of iDemocracy, think it through first.
Ever since Boaty McBoatface, I've wondered whether the idea of fan votes were a good idea. I even tested this theory by making an entirely fan vote award show called the Scuffed Game Awards, and as terrifying as that experience is, it must be an entirely different level to do so with a progression server. Which is exactly what EverQuest is doing, at least with one.
What game was that?
Entirely different.
What game is this? It's fucking Ashes? Is it Ashes of Creation? I think it is, huh?
Level to do so with a progression server. Which is exactly what EverQuest is doing, at least with one of their progression servers. Running through January 15th, 2026, EverQuest is taking fan votes on these special rule sets for one of the 2 planned EverQuest progression servers. This one, Frostreaver, will be opening in May, and here's a little teaser of how the fan votes are going, how the EverQuest community is reacting when asked what bonuses they want on these servers. Which ones do they want on the servers?
Mess them up.
Bring me everyone.
So yeah, we'll cover that in just a moment. That's the bulk of this video. But like I said, there are going to be 2 progression servers. The second one is going to be called Lothar, which we'll talk about in a second. But first, let's talk about Frosty McFrostface, the fan-voted progression server. Now, of course, they did not allow complete and open discourse on everything when it comes to progression servers. You didn't really expect that they were going to ask, hey, do you want Chrono on this server, for example? We're gonna do everything, right? Did you really think they would go there, for example? They're not gonna rock that boat. Instead, they broke it down into basically 3 sections: special rule sets, bonuses, and expansion unlocks. For special rule sets, there are 8 different categories: true box, level locking, disabling item requirements, free trade, early item focus effects, PvP, experience gain rate, and encounter locking. Bonuses are broken down into challenge achievements, evolving bonuses, randomized loot, resource hunter bonuses, and legacy characters. Expansion unlock options were what expansions to start at, how often should expansions unlock after Planes of Power, Beast Lords and Berserkers at launch, if expansions should ever stop unlocking, if Legacy of Yakisha should unlock with Planes of Power, if Prophecy of Ro should unlock with Depths of Dark Hollow, if Gates of Discord should unlock.
I don't care about this. That's too long.
We need to talk about Quentin Tarantino. He's been in the headlines this past month for sparking outrage after his comments about guys like Paul Dano and Matthew Lillard. He crapped all
what? I love Matthew Lillard.
over them, basically. And now he's adding more and more people to his hit list. All kinds of people are catching strays. Now you got people online on Twitter, Instagram, everywhere saying, you know, fuck Tarantino, he's an asshole. He was never really that good. Let's be honest. He only made one good movie. The rest of his movies are really shit and overrated.
No.
Listen, one of these statements might be
made
true.
like 5 movies.
Okay, in fact, probably is. But the others, we gotta chill out a little bit. But you know what? This outrage rings incredibly hollow to me. I'm actually surprised there's this much backlash because, you know, this isn't even the worst of what Tarantino has said or done. Like, this is like the tip of a very dark, decrepit iceberg, these statements. Oh, he went off on Paul Dano. He's been going after Paul Dano for years, by the way. If you know, you know. I gotta break my silence, as if people care. Because I'm a Tarantino fan. I'm a big fan of this dude's work. A lot of people have asked me, he's like, yo, what do you think about these comments? I need to make this video because there's actually a lot worse that he's done that I should probably address if I'm going after Hollywood, the elites in there, and the access culture that they have that's kind of very disgusting, satanic, and degenerate. I love this guy's movies. He's inspired me. Here were my thoughts about him in general. Amazing, inspiring filmmaker, best dialogue writer maybe I've ever seen, and he writes some of the best third acts I've seen in movie history. But he's a cringe dude in real life. I don't like hearing this dude speak. I think his charisma is kind of, it's a mutation of what charisma should be, and I don't know if this dude actually has that much self-awareness in social situations. But anyways, who knows? That's what I've always thought about him. But there's a whole timeline of weird shit with Tarantino. Some of the weird stuff he said and done that needs to be addressed. Okay.
I wonder if he's one of the orange turd faces. He might be.
Because
some of the content was pretty hardcore, a little bit weird. The scene where he himself plays this like quiet killer with like claws and stuff and jumps around in Sin City, I always thought that was a really weird scene, because it was like he himself cast himself. If you recall, in Sin City, he casts himself along with the crooked like clergy that's sleeping with like underage girls from the hooker town or whatever. And so he casts himself as a villain in the story, and he supposedly is at the farm where they're doing all the nasty stuff to the little kids. That's a weird place to insert yourself in the movie.
If you think him shitting on Paul Dano is the worst of it, you don't know anything.
I wonder if he kind of looks like an orange turd face. I wonder if he's one of the cultural elite. He might be. He's got the money.
Now, I'm not saying Tarantino's as bad as like guys like Jared Leto or Ezra Miller who are starting straight up cults and having sexual abuse allegations all over the place. I'm not talking about that.
I didn't know
saying,
that Jared Leto had sexual abuse allegations. I can't believe I'm typing this in. I can't believe this. The downfall of Jared Leto. Wow. We'll go with the Jared Leto allegations from there's a Turkey Tom about the Jared Leto. I haven't watched Turkey Tom in a while. Turkey Tom's really good if you keep his right-wing stuff out, but I don't want Turkey Tom. I'll do the film Cooper, I guess. Yeah.
What's up, weirdos? Jared Leto.
Yeah. I can't believe that.
Let's be real. Tarantino was never that good. He only made one good movie in his life. The rest of it's shit. Overhyped garbage.
I love that movie. 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 And I love that movie. So it's like, no, there has been like 10 really good movies, yeah.
You're just wrong. You're just wrong. Shittiest movie that Tarantino could shit out of his ass today is probably better than 90% of modern films, and you cannot disagree with that. It's a fact. If you want to know my favorites, Pulp Fiction isn't even my favorite. It's like the 4th best movie he's made, in my opinion. To me, in my opinion.
Inglourious.
It's number 4. Hateful Eight's number 3.
For me, it's Inglourious Bastards is the best one. Then Pulp Fiction, then Django. Yeah, Django would be my 3rd one, and then the Hateful Eight would be, I don't know, he's made a lot of good ones. I really like Death Race. I thought that was actually a really good movie. I don't know, it's hard. Pulp Fiction, I would say his work in Sin City and Sin City I think is his like 4th movie, yeah.
I know a lot of people disagree with that, but it is. When this movie gets going, it gets going. Django's number 2, possibly number 1. I think it's probably his best pick.
Django is his best work, yeah, I would say. Django or, I don't know, I think Inglourious is more important in some ways, because I think people kind of need to know what World War II was like with the fucking Nazis like that. So I don't know. I think he made more of a statement in Inglourious Bastards. Why can't we go to this elevator? What? I can't go to this elevator, and you guys are blocking it, which doesn't help. Get the fuck out of the way. Get out of the way. What? Go back to the ship. Fast travel is currently unavailable. Let's go. beautiful kitty. My beautiful, beautiful kitty. She's such a good kitty. Yeah, you're a good, good kitty.
Film of the recent one he's done. Inglorious is number one. I think.
We saw this guy when he was really a lot younger, or not. Yeah, I'm sorry, when he had a lot less follows and stuff. When he was like younger in his career, and I like this guy. Remember, this is the guy who had the original "Don't Step on Snack" on the background. He cracked me up for like 2 hours. "Don't Step on Snack" was actually so funny.
Inglourious Basterds is a fucking masterpiece, right? Now, Quentin Tarantino himself says that one.
I think Inglourious Basterds was a masterpiece.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is his number one. This is a
I don't think that's that good of a film.
False statement, and this, if this statement, if this opinion is indicative of any.
No, that's just the one he recently worked on, so that's the one he remembers.
Thing, it's that Tarantino's opinions on many things don't count for much and shouldn't be taken as seriously as people are taking them online. All right, just saying that. We're gonna get through all the controversies. All right, we have the N-word controversy. A lot of people have gone off of him, calling Tarantino racist. Why is he taking advantage of using this slur in all his films? Spike Lee has gone off on Tarantino. A lot of black people have gone off on Tarantino, but you know what? There's people who have defended Tarantino, saying, hey, the black characters that he writes in his films are the smartest in the films. He wants to make shit as real and as authentic as they were for the time. People were using the N-word, y'all, at the time periods that he was writing the stories of these films. And you know what? I don't agree with the criticism of, oh, he's using the N-word so much, he must be a racist. I don't. That never comes into my head when I'm watching his films. Like, this guy's a racist, isn't he? That's not something that comes into my head ever.
No.
Simeon Lee, the guy who played Shang-Chi, says, Tarantino, I would never have been cast in Tarantino's films because he doesn't like casting minorities. I don't ever watch a Tarantino film and think to myself, this could use more minorities. This isn't diverse enough. This is just not. This is not coherent with reality. I don't envision Tarantino as being that kind of person. Now, there was an interview that he did, 106 in Park interview. If you know the one, you know the one, where he's talking in a way that's suggestive of things. He's talking maybe like a black person would. He's fixing up his accent and his cadence in a certain way. And it comes off like some of those pandering politicians who talk in front of like a black caucus of voters or a black group, and they're speaking more and more like the person they're talking to. Now people are saying, oh, this is how Tarantino always talks. It isn't.
It isn't.
It isn't. I'm just gonna say that right there. But okay, some weird stuff. The real shit, in my opinion, comes in regards to certain actors and the way he is on set and as a director. We know Uma Thurman, she infamously got injuries because of a stunt that Tarantino pressured her to do. So there are things to be said for directors going too far, and Tarantino being one of them. He also famously choked her and spat on her, apparently, get her into character, and this was also something that was an issue. I think he's done that with the actress in Inglourious Basterds too, so there's also that aspect of it. Now people are saying, okay, this is for the sake of art, and everyone on set consented to this, so it's not that big a deal. We got the feet stuff, right? Uma Thurman told her own daughter, listen, when you're working for Tarantino, keep your shoes on, because the moment you let the shoes out and he sees them, he's going to be obsessed with it. We know he has a foot fetish. He's denied it, but also admitted to it on multiple different occasions, so you don't really know what his stance is on the matter, but he definitely has a foot fetish. It's incredibly obvious to anyone. A specific actress alluded to the idea of this dude constantly obsessing over her feet, commenting on the fact that he jerked to a scene of her painting her toenails from another movie, and it made her very uncomfortable on set. So there is that. I guarantee you this dude has an OnlyFans just for feet influencers. Like, this would be the least surprising thing ever. Now, again, nothing too crazy. There's some suspect shit. He's a bit of a weirdo. He goes too far as a director. Definitely has a foot fetish. But nothing is like criminally incriminating just yet. And I don't think there's much of that you're gonna see in this kind of video when it comes down to his career, right? But now we're going down the rabbit hole. So before I get to this point, I want to say, no defamation in this video. I'm reading shit. These are publicly cited quotes. Yeah. Everything's public. I'm just reading shit off the internet, all right? I'm a comedian. I'm Dave Chappelle, all right? No defamation here, y'all. None. I love Tarantino's work. Y'all know about a dude named Roman Polanski, famous director. You might have heard the name.
Yeah.
He molested a girl, all right? I'll read you actually the proper thing. In March 1977,
Left the country too.
Roman Polanski
They all leave the country like Jeffrey. It's weird.
was 43. This is a 43-year-old man, all right? Was arrested and charged with multiple felonies, including R-wording and using drugs to R-word and sodomize a 13-year-old named Samantha Gailey at Jack Nicholson's house. I didn't even know, by the way.
What?
When I heard about this crime, I didn't know it took place at Jack Nicholson's house. People fact check this, bro. Why the hell? But how the hell is Jack Nicholson involved in this somehow? Fact check this. I could be wrong about this, but this is what was stated online.
No, I think he's right. I didn't. Well, I mean, I don't know. Is there a connection between Roman Polanski and Jack Nicholson's house? She was a star for Vogue. And when they busted him. Wow, and he fled the United States. I can't believe that. Yeah. I forget.
Okay. And I want you to keep that in mind because this is done at people's houses.
I thought the piano is that Roman Polanski? Yeah, I think so, right? Was that Roman Polanski? Was that the piano? I can't remember, but I think Polanski did. Oh no, Polanski did Chinatown, wasn't it? It was Chinatown. Ah, The Pianist in Chinatown and Rosemary's Baby, excuse me. So, yeah. All these directors are child molesters.
All these actors, all right, they all know each other. They've all hung out together. There's a possibility that all these
Yeah, like this is that thing. Like I'm learning not to trust like my heroes, not to trust them at all. Like really dig into their background. Otherwise, you get addicted to their terrible pederast work, and I wonder if it turns you into some sort of freak. Ugh. This is my problem with Ren and Stimpy. What the fuck, man?
Degenerate crimes happen when some of them are.
God damn it, Chinatown is one of my favorite fucking films, but I mean, it did have kind of a crazy fucked up ending where she just gets shot in the fucking head at the end of it. And while I think that's a good ending, it's also like fucking one of the most terrible endings of any films. It had such a bad ending, kind of. Chinatown was such a fucked up ending. It was like like the director himself was like admitting through the storyline that he was, I don't know, it was so weird that there was like this incest or something and just weird with this underage girl.
Witness to each other. Something to be said about people in this industry a lot.
Was Chinatown really sick? Is Chinatown really sick? Like the movie? Is there controversy around the movie Chinatown? What? During the film's release, Jack Nicholson discovered a shocking family secret that mirrored the movie's themes. The woman he thought was his sister was actually his mother, and his mother was his grandmother. Yeah, there was like this corruption and incest story.
Allowing and propagating certain acts in the presence of each other, okay? After serving 42 days, he feared that the judge was going to reject a plea deal, and he fled, all right? He left. So he's been gone to Europe ever since. This kid's a 92-year-old right now in Europe. Probably jerking to freaking child corn or something, I don't know. But that's what happened. There's been a lot of actors who have low-key defended this dude. This dude won a fucking Academy Award. I believe Harrison Ford accepted it on his behalf because he was in fucking Europe. And there's been a lot of actors who've had a lot to say about things in the world who have also low-key glazed Roman Polanski. But then we have Quentin Tarantino's comments about it in a 2003 interview. And look, I don't want to bring up all these old past things and saying, oh, this is who Tarantino is now. He's what a terrible person. But we're going through a timeline of events here, yeah? So you have to include everything. So he was talking about what happened. And he defended Roman Polanski low-key. Actually, no, not low-key. He literally did. Arguing that the 13-year-old, it wasn't that bad a crime because she wanted it. She was a party girl. I
like this guy, Zaffy. We've always liked this guy. He's actually got that X factor that a bunch of them don't have.
Is what they did.
I'm watching more of his stuff. Let's go look. Open a link in a tab. Let's go look at his channel. Yeah, I'm done with Stranger Things. Oh God. Interesting stuff. He has 700 videos. That's awesome.
A couple months ago, I found out my best friend and assistant was a predator who was potentially doing very dangerous things involving certain women. So I had to cut ties and fire him. But he did not take it well. He just wouldn't go away. And after I tried to replace him, he attempted to murder my new assistant. Now, ever since then, things have been getting very, very weird around the house.
It's boring me.
That's a very, very indicative and suspect thing to say on a public interview, by the way. And it's more of a statutory thing than full-on R-word, because she wanted it, she consented to it as a 13-year-old girl, party girl who's being fed drugs, by the way. So that's what he said. Huge backlash from that. In 2018, 2 decades later, he apologized, saying, I was just playing devil's advocate. I hugely regret those statements. I should never have said that. It was a different time in my life. I was trying to be provocative for the sake of being provocative. Very interesting subject to be provocative on. I'm just going to say that. And to be honest, there's a lot of people who do this, that for the sake of being provocative and getting outrage bait online, they'll do stuff like defend Epstein. I've been noticing this a lot. I've been seeing things on Twitter from people who have big names defending certain things just for the sake of being provocative, seemingly. So this is a common pattern with people like this. Just going to say that. And then we have the Harvey Weinstein situation.
Let's go look at that. Famous people who've been defending Jeffrey Epstein. Let's go see how many of my heroes are fucking shitheads. It seems like something that I really care about, and I do. I kind of care. Like, I need to know if my heroes are shitheads. All of them. I think they all are. It's not too good. Famous people who defended Jeffrey Epstein. Megan, that was a month ago. Oh my god. Warrant issued for actor Timothy Busfield on child sex abuse charges. Let's ask the AI. Can you compile a list of Alan Dershowitz, Ken Starr, Roy Black, Alexander Acosta, Peter Mandelson, Prince Andrew, Noam Chomsky, Bill Gates, Leon Black, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton. Wow. Okay.
I have been doing a lot of reading about Jeffrey Epstein's wealth. I've gone down a bit of a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Shit just kept situation where Tarantino knew what was happening, and he even admitted to it. All right, we all know Harvey Weinstein's pretty much the start of the Me Too movement. All right, this dude molested his way through Hollywood. Right, there's tons of actresses who have called him out for this. There are tons of people who were molested in hotel rooms that this dude brought. Like, this dude would take actresses to hotel rooms and come onto them. This was a thing he did. Right. He said, I knew enough to do more than I did, straight up. I hung out with Harvey Weinstein a lot. I know people who were molested by him. Mira Sorvino, Quentin Tarantino's ex, the girl he was dating, he knew about her. She was harassed sexually by Weinstein. He came onto her in a hotel room. She rejected his advances, and in return, he blacklisted her from Hollywood. Many of the roles she could have gotten were, he just shat on her to the point where she couldn't get anything. He blackmarked her, right? She was blacklisted from Hollywood badly, and Tarantino knew about this. The actress that I told you about, keep forgetting her name, man. She was in Phantoms as well, bro. I love this actress. She was the one who accused Tarantino of being very sexually suggestive about her feet constantly on set. She was also R-worded by Weinstein. She was like one of the first victims to come out about this. And again, Tarantino knew about this. He knew about the case settlement that happened. He knew, I think that it got thrown out, dismissed, or something happened, but there was a huge settlement that he knew about. And he knew about the shit before it went public. At best, you could say, okay, his flippant points of view on the matter of R-word and molestation contributed to his silence, because maybe he just didn't think it was that big a deal at the time. That's at best case. At worst case, because of the access culture and it's who you know, there's a lot of parties where shit like this happens and everyone knows, everyone's friends with people and they all know, everyone has something on everyone, right? If you're connected to someone deep enough, you'll know if shit goes down. The Roman Polanski shit apparently happened at Jack Nicholson's house, right? Maybe Tarantino was at a house that Weinstein did something, or well, I don't want to say, I'm not trying to accuse anyone, but I'm just saying this is all possible, right? This shit happens in Hollywood all the fucking time. There are so many actors who knew about shit that was going down because probably a lot of them either saw or heard it from a friend who was at a fucking party and did nothing about it, right? And then we have the whole Israel-Gaza situation. I have to be very careful here. Don't want to get demonetized, but there's a lot of backlash on Tarantino for statements he's made in regards to this. He's very pro one side. He's visited IDF. He's given acting lessons to people from there, and he's settled down with his wife there. And he says, this is the place I live. I don't want to live anywhere else, right? He's made statements such as he dies a certain something. I don't want to say the word because I'm going to get demonetized. And he's refusing to leave during wartime or anything. He's being actively involved in supporting them during occupation at a point where there's a lot of heat towards one side. There's a lot of pro-Palestine support. There's a lot of people saying, what about these lives and these people being lost? And Tarantino stayed largely silent on this. And this is a lot of people in Hollywood who support this, okay? This is not just him, but it's a big thing in Hollywood where there's clearly bias towards one side, and a lot of actors who speak out against it, they get fired from roles, they get blacklisted. Some of them, you know, we know it's happened. I don't want to touch on the subject for too long, but it's also another big, this is like some of the more recent backlash he's gotten from this. It's a well-known thing about him. And he's not the only one, bro. There are some weirdos in the Hollywood industry that flee towards this place and do performances here and glaze it. It's so weird. I don't know what the Kevin, if you know about the Kevin Spacey shit, it's just, I don't even know what to say. But the whole point I'm trying to make here is no one should be surprised at certain statements this guy makes and be like, how could he say this? What the hell is the outrage? This is what happens when you deify celebs. You mark them up to God status in your mind. Oh, did you hear what Quentin Tarantino said about what his favorite movies are? What his thoughts are on different actors? What his thoughts are about the world and certain social issues? Who cares? Why are we glazing these people's opinions to that degree? Why is there so much virality around what a celebrity says? These are just people. In fact, they're people who may or may not be made worse because of fame and money. Who knows? This is the issue. Every human being functions like this, especially in the public domain. They're like an iceberg. You make conclusions about what's here based off what's here. Oh, they look so pretty. Oh, they're so nice in that interview. Oh, they're such good actors. And then inevitably there's a huge husk of shit underneath. And people act surprised. People are like, oh, how could he do this? How could... Bro, stop deifying these fuckers, okay? And Quentin Tarantino has the weirdest iceberg maybe of all. Because his iceberg is not just, oh, this light, beautiful iceberg and all this shit underneath. No. His iceberg on top is pretty decrepit. You can only imagine what's underneath, right? All this shit is just what we know. Oh, he hates these actors. Oh, he defended this sexual assault. Oh, he's connected to this sexual assault. Oh, he knew about this. Oh, he supports this that's kind of problematic and weird, right? Can you imagine what's underneath? Stop acting like this is the craziest thing in the world. We know this. You should have known this. He's been saying shit about Paul Dano for years, by the way. If you know, you know. He's had interviews where he talks about There Will Be Blood and the films in 2007. Like, he's had older interviews, and even then he was shitting on Paul Dano about how he ruined that film.
He has like some weird, crazy, made-up vendetta with Paul Dano, and it's like supposedly a rap battle, basically.
And to be honest, look, I'm not the biggest Paul Dano fan in the world. All right, I'm not gonna go crazy and act like this is the most surprising thing in the world. Listen, there are some performances of Paul Dano's where I'm like, is he overacting low-key? I don't agree with Tarantino about the There Will Be Blood criticism, because I think Paul Dano's acting in that was needed for that specific kind of character, right? In some roles, like the Riddler, where he starts yelling and singing in the asylum, even I'm like, oh, what the hell is this, bro? But you can't deny he's a fucking good actor, but Tarantino will. Tarantino will go after him. He's had generational beef with Paul Dano. My main point here is, how is anyone the fuck surprised about this? You shouldn't be. And you should probably have that mindset going forward. Just because celebrities are good actors and they look good in an interview and say the right things and have some great rousing speeches and they have charisma, it doesn't mean that they're imperfect, godlike people. No, they're going to talk shit about someone. They're going to have either a sexual assault charge or they're going to have something where they've spoken or defended someone who shouldn't be defended. They're going to support things that are kind of problematic, right? Like, this is just a thing. Your heart's going to break if you keep deifying all these celebrities. You're talking about Hollywood, a culture that incentivizes kind of bad shit. These people are yelling to you the kind of people they are, by the way. If you're surprised that people are acting like pieces of shit, they're telling you who they are. Stop trying to make excuses for them. Stop trying to be, don't be outraged. How could they do this? Stop trying to be shocked. Don't deify these people. I believe his ultimate fetish is not feet. I believe this for a while now. You know those pretentious directors, the stereotype, the archetype of a pretentious director who everything he says, he just needs it to be heard? I think Quentin Tarantino just loves hearing himself talk. That's the vibe I get from him. You know those kind of people? Where they speak and they speak with this righteous authority and they want to be heard and they just want to say things for the sake of it. Like, I just feel like Quentin Tarantino is one of those people who wants to hear himself talk. That's my conclusion on him. Amazing filmmaker, weirdo, creep, dumbass individual in real life. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a mission to take over Hollywood. But the army must keep growing. If you want to suggest video topics to me or talk about your favorite movies or or favorite film theories in a community with like-minded individuals, join.
Look, there's Hasanabi Redo, and I am gonna get out of this call. Don't recommend the channel. Throne of Liberty and Why It's an MMORPG tragedy in 26 from Marl MMO. That actually fits my stuff, and I'm gonna queue it up. I'm gonna go look at. I like Zaffi. I gotta remember. What if Batman wasn't rich? He'd be even scarier.
This is the most terrifying version of Batman ever created, with the most terrifying rogues gallery of any Batman you've seen. And the world itself has a much creepier origin. This ain't your regular Batman, folks. This is a Batman who is a blue-collar worker struggling to pay the bills. This man's late on water bills. He comes home to this. No wonder he's taking his anger out on the criminals of Gotham City. This ain't a billionaire. He's breaking criminals' bones because he's 2 standard deviations away from being on welfare checks. That is absolute Batman. This makes the popular, iconic version of Batman that everyone knows look a little bit soft in comparison. Honestly, some people might have a problem with this. Some people think that this is the most bastardized version of Batman and his villains yet, but I think it's a bit cool. Let's break this down, shall we? Bruce Wayne in this is a normie, borderline brokey. This is a shot of him. Oh shit, I have to censor this. This is a shot of Bruce, okay? This ain't the handsome, playboy, debonair Chad billionaire. No. He might be a Chad, but this dude ain't really getting bitches. This dude lives with his mother in an apartment, not in the best neighborhood. Let's take a look at the origin story of this Bruce Wayne. He grew up in Crime Alley in Gotham City. This is like almost equivalent to like the Narrows in Gotham. Like, this is a ghetto-ass community, okay? His father, while trying to protect children from a shooter, a mass killer, at a zoo, got shot dead. He got shot dead by this mass murderer at a zoo. Monkeys, pandas, and tigers were laughing at him as he was on the ground filled with blood. So that redefined Bruce's childhood. So now he lives with his mother in this apartment in Gotham City, struggling to pay bills because he's out there every night whooping ass, potentially having some medical bills that he has to keep on the down low. Like, this dude is struggling out here, man. He can't afford to have $1 billion empire cover for him.
That's actually kind of funny.
While he can do whatever he wants and then go to town.
This guy's naturally funny.
Nighttime.
He's
No,
always made me laugh.
This guy's got to be up at the day and the night. That's the kind of guy we're talking about here, all right? Bruce Wayne in this is a 24-year-old blue-collar worker, civil engineer. He builds his own weapons and gadgets, his own suits, his own technology, and it's limited because of that. Don't get me wrong, but it makes him far more gritty, okay? This brother's probably, I'm assuming he's 24, he's probably 3 years into his job, maybe. He's cracking in 60 to 80K a year. Okay, not terrible, but not that great either, especially when you're living in Gotham City where crime is everywhere. It can be expensive, it could also be really dirt cheap depending on where you are. He's probably found a middle ground, a neighborhood that's safe enough to have his mom live in while he's out carrying out justice, but it's still tough. He goes to a gym. His training routine isn't that elaborate, bro. This dude is doing football, explosive power lifts, he's punching bags, boxing, Muay Thai, whatever he can do at the gym, he's doing it. And then he's a construction worker, so he's a pretty big dude and strong dude to begin with. One of the biggest assets he has is that this brother's built like a freight truck. He's built like an absolute unit. He's built like Bane is in the mainline comics. That's the size of this dude. He's a tank. Alan Richardson could play a really good version of this character. Actually, he has a build, but the look and the acting, I don't know. But still, maybe he could do it. That's the kind of size we're talking about here, okay? And because he's a civil engineer, he kind of low-key knows the city. He knows the structure of it inside out, which is a very, very interesting thing about this Batman. He may not have the gadgets, but what he makes up for with money and all that shit, he uses knowledge of the city. He uses the advantages that he has with his own work that he's getting paid 60K, 70K a year in. I mean, some people report that senior civil engineers make, what, 100, 250K? He ain't senior. I think this guy's still probably considered entry level at this point, but who knows? Not to mention, he has a battle axe. His logo on his chest, it comes off. It's a fucking axe. That's the kind of Batman we're talking about here. And listen, I'll be real. A lot of people say, you know, Batman's no-kill rule is so stupid and all that. This guy uses the no-kill rule pathologically. The no-kill rule for absolute Batman's actually worse for the criminals that have to fight him. Because, yeah, getting shot to the head and getting stabbed to death is bad. This brother will rip your balls off and dangle them over his forehead while pounding you in the face with his knuckles. That's the kind of guy we're talking about here. As long as you're alive, he's good because his no kill code's intact. But he will break every orifice, every bone in your body. One encounter, you're freaking annihilated. One encounter will leave you like this, bruh. That's worse than that. Just kill me. Just kill me. Why am I getting repeat abuse to the point of having to go to the hospital with all these medical bills on my ass? My limbs don't work and function properly anymore. I have CTE for life. The ripple effects of the lives of the people that encounter Batman just because he won't kill is, bro, imagine saying to someone, I'm not gonna kill you, and they're afraid of that. They beg you for death. That's how you know you're a pretty damn good vigilante. Let's talk about his enemies. His rogues gallery is psychotically schizophrenic. This is Black Mask. He looks a lot more weird than his mainline counterpart does, right? That's the case with all of these villains, by the way. Black Mask is a crime lord who brutally wiped out Gotham's old mob families and leads the party animals, a violent gang that tries to dominate the city. So this is like one of Bruce's first arcs in the Absolute Batman series. I think this series came out in 2024, which is crazy. It's very, very new. Batman does this to Black Mask. Stabs him like this. Most brutal Batman of all time, okay? This is Mr. Freeze. What? A mutated Wendigo-looking motherfucker. This dude's a cryo-mutant that has freezing powers and can infect other people with his frozen bacterium, turning them into bacterium-frozen zombies. Some people might find that silly. No, man, what is this stupid version of Freeze? I love the old Freeze, but this ain't supposed... I don't even think this is trying to be the old Mr. Freeze. This is like, yeah, you're Mr. Freeze by name and just, you know, with a connection to Frozen shit, but you're a horror movie villain. You're a horror movie villain. He's basically turning Gotham into a frozen hellscape. Bane is probably the most brutal villain that Batman's encountered in this. He is way more brutal than Bane in the main line is. Okay, first of all, when this dude gets pumped on venom, he turns into a kaiju. Like, look at the size of this motherfucker. No one's beating this. No one's even Superman's looking at this like, but what the fuck is that? The hell? In this first fight with Batman, he basically destroys all of his pressure points and nerves and paralyzes Batman, takes him to Arkham and tortures him. Basically tries to surgically create a new version of himself, create a new Bane, pump him full of venom that will alter his consciousness and turn him into like an enslaved Bane or something. It's kind of fucking stupid when I say it like that, but still, he tortures the shit out of him, Arkham, and Bruce is surgically fucked because of Bane. Now Bruce does escape with the help of one of the other villains, Killer Croc, who we'll get to. But then Bane's like, fuck it, I'm gonna find all of Bruce's friends and brutally destroy their bodies so they cannot move, they'll be deformed, and they will be cripples for the rest of their life. That's what Bane does to Bruce's friends, okay? So Bruce and Bane have a final fight where Bruce challenges him. They fight, okay? He overloads and makes Bane OD on his own venom, turning Bane into this disgusting blob of mess. It's pretty freaking disgusting. There's a lot of this would really make a good body horror superhero flick. Killer Croc is this fucking kaiju-looking, xenomorph-looking motherfucker over here in the sewers. But he's actually a friend to Batman. They're kind of allies. Killer Croc does kind of help Batman low-key. So that's at least one good thing for Batman in this universe. The Riddler is this guy who got injured by Bane and now has become a cybernetic villain. And then we got the Joker. I made a whole video on this bit. But we got the Joker. All I'm going to say is the Joker is a billionaire. He's basically like Bruce Wayne. He's basically what Bruce Wayne is supposed to be. This billionaire who has a lot of knowledge, learns from many masters, has traveled the world 10 times over. Only problem is he's also a demon. He can transform into a demon, and he uses blood transfusions of children to maintain his appearance. Absolute DC Comics are trying to tell us something here, okay? About the elites, the satanic elites, right? This guy's true form is this. His demon Joker form that he has to keep at bay. He comes from a wealthy family that got their money in the entertainment industry, doing philanthropic work with the money to help make the world and its children smile. Okay, that was That was the initial goal. Then he started as a street performer before taking the show on the road and eventually getting involved with Hollywood. How fucking interesting. The Grimm family, which is his family, made the first movie and went on to create video game consoles, cable companies, and tech chips that made... Basically, they had their hands in many businesses, okay? All focused on entertainment. In the present day, the current Joker is the fifth head of a billionaire crime family on one of his remote islands with a slew of weapons hunting the perfect game. You know Ready or Not? With the rich people hunting people? That's what this dude does on his private island. This is what... Rich people low-key do this in real life too, by the way. You ever heard of the cases of people sniping tourists in some countries? You should Google it. Some crazy shit is happening up there, right? Alfred reveals that the Grimms had their hands in destruction too, because this family apparently funded both sides of several wars, even World War I, and invested in weapons including the atomic bomb. And it turns out the Joker uses these islands to trap his enemies for years and hunt them when he's bored. He corners his victims and then transforms it into his demonic form. You're telling me private islands where you kill people, blood rituals involving children, and entertainment industries that have their hands in a lot of different things, including organized crime, global conflicts, and wars. It's like the writers of this know something and are trying desperately to tell us. But the way the world works, oh, how many videos I could make on that. But the craziest thing is we don't fully know, at least I don't know myself, because maybe it's been revealed in a comic book recently. Joker's demon form, we don't know the true origin of it. We know there's a lot of self-experimentation that he went through over the course of his years that could have caused it, but we don't know. There must be something eldritch in nature about this character. Also, by the way, when Bane lost to Batman, he still survived. He worked for Joker. Joker literally said, okay, Bane, you need to focus more, my friend, to get the job done and beat Batman, because we need Batman to get fucked up. I'm gonna nuke Santa Prisca, your beloved home city or whatever. I'm gonna nuke it right in front of you so that you have no more distractions. That's the kind of Joker we're talking about. That's the kind of villain we're talking about. All of this spans from the absolute DC universe. And the thing about this absolute DC universe is the origin of it is insane. And I've already touched on this, but before Darkseid was defeated, he let out this, basically him and the Beyond, who was it? Was it the Spectre maybe? Basically, he joined forms with some kind of cosmic entity and it let out a burst of Omega negative energy that created the absolute universe. And basically this universe is designed to be rigged for the villains. The villains are as dark, evil as possible. The Joker himself is an avatar of evil in this universe, which explains why his demon form is kind of eldritch in nature, Lovecraftian. Our superheroes are up against it. They're born with disadvantages. Batman is not rich. He doesn't have all the wealth to help him. He's probably not as smart as a mainline Batman either. Superman, bro.
Probably not as smart.
This dude's fucked in the head. This dude was raised on Krypton and got to see how barbaric that shit is and got to witness the destruction of his planet. And he has to charge himself in the suit to get his powers. Like, it's everything stacked against these guys from the onset.
Yeah, we heard that I guess that was like Mickey Mouse or something. There's gonna be a bunch of dark Mickey now. Because for some reason Disney let the property of Mickey Mouse go into the public's domain, so now there's gonna be all this dark Mickey like rape stuff and all this, fucking crazy. And that's kind of what this reminds me of. It's sort of like dark Batman, because he has Batman in the public now. It's kind of crazy. Batman might be in the public now. Are you the bad guy? Yeah, you must be. Did I kill him? Yeah, I did. Nice. I'm stuck because you wedged me in. Ah. Who are we shooting at? I cannot move. You have wedged me in again. Oh. There's some problem with this door. You're telling me to go past the door. But I can't go past the door. Oh, I have to go in further? Okay. God. So you're supposed to unpause.
That's the whole problem for them in this. That's the absolute universe, baby. They gotta make a fucking movie, bro. They're never gonna make a movie on this, but animated movie. Come on, James Gunn, let's do it. Let's run it. Do it now. Please. Now. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a mission to take over Hollywood. But the army must keep growing. If you want to suggest video topics to me, or talk about your favorite movies or favorite film theories in a community with like-minded individuals, join the Zafy Discord now. Link is in the description and the comment section as well. Join us. This movement is just beginning. We're taking over Hollywood, one coke line at a time.
Throne and Liberty is a breathtaking contradiction. A MMORPG
It looks so good for how bad it is.
Dazzles with beauty, but falters under the weight of its own design ironies. It roared onto the MMO scene with over 150,000 concurrent players, proving that a massive audience still craves immersive, responsive virtual worlds. Yet, within a year, the game had lost nearly 90% of its player base. In this video, we'll trace the last embers of hope for Throne and Liberty, a visually stunning MMORPG that even in 2025 remains defined more by its wasted potential than its success. Its designers deserve summa cum laude recognition, and Cilicia, the game's world, should be studied as an example of how to craft a rich, immersive virtual environment. From the rolling hills of the goldenrye pastures just beyond the bustling city of Castleton, to the rosy finger bloom of the nestling ground flora, the ocean expanse of the Moonlight Desert, teeming with
it was so beautiful for how bad it was.
And the forest of the Great Tree, locked in an internal struggle against the relentless Trollfolk, it's a visual odyssey. Each region is its own theater of conflict, painstakingly crafted to be a genuine joy to explore. Every creature feels like a natural extension of its biome, each a performer on a stage of mesmerizing beauty. Other MMO commentators have rightfully praised the game for its striking visual appeal too.
It's got like a realist fucking hell, that is gorgeous. Oh my god.
The most enjoyable moments came from forgetting the main quest existed entirely and simply exploring the open, seamless world. Yet the depth of that appreciation was overcome by a crushing realization. None of it even mattered.
None of it.
Good world design is modal, a living space meant to encourage return visits rather than be abandoned after a level bracket is cleared. This is hardly a new concept for successful MMOs. Early EverQuest encouraged players to revisit starter zones later in the game to grind city guards for experience, while Guild Wars 2 introduced dynamic downscaling to keep older regions relevant for max level characters without breaking the logic of its world. Both approaches, while different, solve the same problem. Throne and Liberty does neither. You level so quickly that most early zones, despite their masterful presentation, pass by in a blur.
What?
Returning to earlier zones after outleveling them feels mechanically discouraged. The player's awareness of greater rewards elsewhere undermines any sense of purpose in going back. Even the game's fantastic open-world group dungeons, brilliantly designed and another painful reminder of their wasted potential, are largely abandoned by the community, with extremely few exceptions. Not because they aren't fun, but because the various progression systems are completely divorced from the logic of the world itself. We'll explore the details later, but it's clear that two conflicting design philosophies were battling during development. One aimed at crafting a deeply engaging virtual world, and another driven by analytics, some MBA with a spreadsheet optimizing player retention. It's this disconnect, this fundamental divorce in design intent, that ultimately led me to stop playing and largely explains why the player population has plummeted since release. Beyond its renowned level design, the game also demonstrates remarkable fluidity. Each transition feels seamless and natural. In particular is Throne and Liberty's morph system. It transforms players into different animals depending on whether they sprint, swim, or fly. The transformation process is delightful and frictionless, far more so than Guild Wars 2, in which you often struggle to select the intended beast to ride. In a charming use of fauna, players can learn to polymorph into various creatures, and as they collect more forms, each morph becomes increasingly efficient. However, despite the sheer joy of movement, the efficiency benefits merely shift the goalposts rather than enhance the mechanic's core functionality. This is where Guild Wars 2 and even modern World of Warcraft, whose mount system ultimately is a derivative of Guild Wars 2, easily outperform Throne and Liberty. Another unexpected disappointment is the complete absence of underwater swimming. While it's easy to forgive Guild Wars 1 for lacking a jump feature given its age, Throne and Liberty's omission is far less excusable. The inability to dive beneath the surface not only diminishes the swimming morph's potential, but also undermines the sense of realism within its otherwise breathtaking world. It leaves players wondering what other details may be missing from this gorgeous yet curiously limited environment. Furthermore, the morph system replaces what otherwise could be a delightful mount system and forces every player to be functionally a limited druid. If morphs had more abilities or ways with which to play with the world, then this trade-off would be acceptable, but it fails at fully delivering the former while explicitly denying the latter. An adjacent observation is the absence of a true climbing system. For a MMORPG that prides itself on a vast, open, seamless world, players are confined to scaling predetermined, albeit entertaining, hooks that vault them skyward. The result reveals the game's central irony. It invites you to believe in its freedom, even as it chains you to its illusion. Be that as it may, its armor design is faultless. Each material is beautifully realized within the game world, interacting with weather in a naturally elegant way. From the heights of whimsy to grounded simplicity, the equipment adventurers use feels like a natural manifestation of Silicium. In fact, they are so well designed that I wasn't even disappointed when comparing their aesthetics to what's available in the cash shop. A truly free-to-play player can still express themselves with dynamic force available through typical play. However, as of this recording, there remains a baffling omission: a fully realized transmog system. Strangely, while players can selectively alter their equipment's appearance, the feature is so restricted that it feels half-finished despite visually implying otherwise. Much like learning new morphs, you can unlock special transmogs through quests or purchase cosmetics via the cash shop, yet you cannot freely swap appearances with gear you've already earned or crafted. This limitation feels archaic for a modern MMORPG, especially even when Age of Conan, a 20-year-old FunCon title in maintenance mode, offers a more flexible system. And since we brought up the cash shop, it's worth briefly reviewing Throne and Liberty's monetization model. Technically speaking, the game is pay to win, in the sense that paying players have a material advantage directly enhanced by the degree to which they fiscally invest into the game. But criticizing here feels like complaining that a sword is sharp. While I prefer subscription-based MMOs that offer equal access to gameplay, I recognize the economic reality that large-scale online worlds require substantial ongoing revenue to remain operational. There's a reason even subscription titles like Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft operate cash shops. To put it in perspective, World of Warcraft once made an estimated $15 million from a single mount, roughly equivalent to 1 million new subscriptions, or 300,000 fully priced box sales. Many smaller MMOs would envy that kind of lifetime revenue. With that context in mind, if you intend to play Throne and Liberty competitively,
Okay, guys, I'm going to scoop my cat's box and go to family dinner now for about an hour and a half, somewhere around there. I'm not really sure. And I will, I will be back here after family dinner. You've been watching Skycat Live. Thank you so much for your time. I've been at it for about 6 hours and 42 minutes. And, yep, and love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to pause this.
paid bonuses aside, the most glaring restriction for free-to-play players is the inability to access the auction house. There's no player-to-player trading at all, and its entire economy is gated behind premium currency. Black Desert Online may limit direct trade too, but at least it allows every player, subscribed or not, to participate freely in its central market. To be fair, like Albion Online, Throne and Liberty offers temporary premium status as players advance through certain story milestones, and I never felt disadvantaged during PvE content as a free player. Over 30 hours of solid gameplay for nothing more than the cost of electricity and basic wear and tear feels more than a fair trade. For most casual MMO players, I wasn't particularly alarmed by its monetization model, but if you plan to make Throne and Liberty your primary MMORPG, be prepared to match your ambition to your wallet. Still, money aside, Throne and Liberty knows how to make a first impression. It's one of the most gripping and visually striking onboarding experiences I've ever encountered in any.
Is this white guy wearing a gi?
MMO. Immediately following the remarkable accessibility.
I didn't notice he was wearing a gi, and I'm going to move on. He gets to keep the sub, but but beyond that, we probably won't really want to do with this guy again. Moral MMO. I forgot about this guy. Yeah. Trump announces attacking Mexico.
So Donald Trump is now talking about attacking Mexico. And I want to go over the latest as yes, it's absolutely insane. Headline then, Trump announces ground attacks against cartels in Mexico.
What?
So you also have this, Trump suggests U.S. military will hit cartels on land again in Mexico. And you have to put this all in context. We just kidnapped the president of Venezuela. We're threatening Colombia, Cuba. The last headlines lately in the news was military option being considered on Greenland. They always talk about Canada, and just the list goes on. And now we're talking about Mexico today. My opinion, basically, Trump's poll numbers are absolutely crashing. And so he's like, okay, I'll just start wars whenever I can. This was actually from Fox News, and I'll go over with you. It says, President Trump suggested in a new interview, that was the one on Fox News, that the U.S. military could launch land strikes on drug cartels in Mexico. Quote, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by water, and we're going to start now hitting land with regard to the cartels. And that was with Sean Hannity. The cartels are running Mexico. It's very sad to watch and see what's happened to that country. And just think about this. So in Trump's mind, if the cartels are running Mexico, then if we knock them out, then I guess theoretically, then Trump will want to run Mexico, because they keep talking about that they're running Venezuela, and I guess we're moving all our ships to Venezuela, and now we're talking about effectively bombing Mexico. I don't know if we're using ground forces or whatever, but hitting land is what he says here. Quote, the president has many options at his disposal to continue to protect our homeland from illicit narcotics that kill tens of thousands of Americans every year. And the reason why they have to use this kind of language, have to say this is an imminent threat, therefore we need to use the military, attack, right? Quote, would I launch strikes in Mexico to stop drugs? Okay with me. Whatever we have to do to stop drugs. That's what we're talking about. And I also want to put this in context. For Trump's dystopian USA, basically you have to create an eternal enemy, right? You need someone always to fight. And then when you have someone always to fight, be it Venezuela, Mexico, Greenland, whatever, then you can raise the military budget. Because see, look at all these dangers. We need to spend more money on the military. And so this just came out this week, putting it all in context. Trump said he wants to raise the U.S. military budget by 50% in 2027. Now, there's obviously the moral implication of this, but let's just talk about the math. I'll get into the moral stuff in a moment here. But the math. So this also just came out. Trump's 1.5 trillion military budget would add 5.8 trillion to the national debt, right, with interest. Basically, he's looking to bankrupt USA. Okay, that's the best way to describe it. And in Trump's USA, the wealth gap gets bigger, right? The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. You have eternal world wars, spend all of our money on the military, right? There's never enough money for healthcare and schools, but man, we got plenty of money for bombs, so let's keep bombing. U.S. launches fresh military strikes on ISIS targets in Syria. It says there are 30 targets, I guess, what it says, targets which took aim at more than 30 targets are part of Operation launched last month. So this was today. Warplanes and drones dropped more than 90 bombs on roughly 36 targets. And you guys, I'm sure you know this. This is millions of dollars that we're spending on this stuff. And again, you need to have this forever enemy. And then you station troops in places, that are unstable, unsafe. Some of our soldiers get hurt, right? Some even killed. And you're like, okay, we got to get revenge. Right? And that's what you end up doing. And you get stuck in this stuff for years. And this is where all the money goes. And it's why things don't improve in USA. I just want to make the connections here, make it really clear. And then this is, it's hard to even keep track of all this stuff. I look at it all the time. It's just, I can't know every single detail. 11 tankers now under U.S. sanctions defy blockade in Venezuela, satellite imagery indicates. So there's all these ships going, and then Trump's got the Navy chasing all this stuff. So it's going to cost a lot of fuel, personnel, and time to track down all of these things. And the question of legality of any of this stuff that he's up to, let alone, right, we just kidnapped the president of Venezuela. And then you put this in context, okay? While we're spending all this money on the military, this is your headline then from the Wall Street Journal. Slowest labor market in years leaves job seekers stuck. And remember Trump, he came in saying, hey guys, I'm going to make everything better for you, where jobs are basically disintegrating right now. We talk about the job market, the numbers and stuff like that. And you read the description of it. This is just your average American's life here. They say, America's unemployment rate is low, but I think that's going to tick up. I must be frank with you guys. I think it's going to tick up this year. But so is its job growth. That means Americans without stable full-time work are locked out of the job market that has settled into a low fire stasis. Here's more. People without jobs are enduring longer searches, so it's hard to find something. And millions of people are stringing together multiple gigs to get by. So a lot of part-time work, DoorDash, etc., that kind of stuff. I know it's frustrating to go through these things, but I just want to make the connections with you. If you have a bad economic environment, right? Some people will look for escape. For some people, escape is going to be
some
through
will
whatever
seek forgiveness. Some others will seek
and then
escape.
That stuff can come up through Mexico, and you got a bunch of industry of that, right? It's like the industry of escape. And I just want to give you an alternative. What if we spend our money on education? Just think about that. Because I grew up in the USA. I remember, in fact, they ran a whole campaign. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions? Like it was a major campaign, and for me it worked. And I went to school, and teachers show you like what happens to you if you get addicted to said stuff, and they basically scare the crap out of you. And I was like, I'm never doing that stuff. And it worked for me. It's education.
It didn't work for me.
And that's just one facet of it. Let's say, okay, Chris, I hate education. I want to do that. Okay. So what if you have like really good economic opportunities for people so people don't feel depressed and people don't need to escape, right? So I think addressing demand in USA would be a really big factor. And I got no problem too funding the FBI to make sure that we're fighting this kind of stuff. Like, it's two problem, but from Trump's and Elon Musk, they want to fire everyone in the government and replace you all with AI and drones and such. It's all a grift. And then, you know, then you'll have like this eternal war against, you know, Mexico or whoever. And it's like, oh, look how we can profit off this said things. And then when they talk about like spending the money, I guess what we want to do now is, you know, possibly buy off Greenland. Each person give them up to $100,000. This was actually even a report on Fox News now, the Greenland thing. And then if you add all that up, 57,000 Greenlanders times, I guess, whatever, 100,000, that comes to $6 billion roughly, right? And you have to understand this, okay? A lot of this has to do with government contracts. So we spend all this money to create all this stuff. The Greenland, we're probably going to go there to get whatever rare earth minerals to create our drones, right? And then the drones are going to be used for our forever enemies. And then who gets the government contracts to build said drones? So this just came out in the Wall Street Journal today. That's why I always say follow the money. Pentagon chooses Doge official and former Trader 2 head innovation unit. Of course they do. So some dude who's connected to Elon Musk. Oh, by the way, you're going to be in charge of assigning government contracts. And when you read the description, you'll understand it. It should be crystal clear. Listen, the Defense Department has selected Owen West,
I think
so that's the guy who showed
HDR cable
a
is
former
going
Wall Street
out.
trader, so he's going to have investment and you know, money connections, and a Marine, so he'll know people in the military, to lead its defensive innovative unit. Okay, the department's highest profile unit tasked with bringing, get this, startup technology into the U.S. military, according to department officials. So his job is basically, okay, go find startups, new technology, right? So basically startup companies, and oh, by the way, there's some new startups by the Trump kids. Hey, we're building drones, right? We partner with whatever, and or we're gonna do crypto, and crypto is gonna be protect America safe, right? And this is how they trick everyone. They always tell you there's a constant danger, eternal enemy. We're gonna protect you. Okay, great. Let's spend all our money on the military. And then government contracts go to Elon Musk, maybe Trump's kids or whatever. I'm showing you guys how this game is played. And then, oh, by the way, we fired all the previous people before. So it shows right here that they fired a whole bunch of people, and now they're hiring the Musk people, basically. And it says right here, he began working there early last year as a lead Pentagon staffer with Elon Musk's Department of Doge, right? Of course he did. Here's more. The idea is that they're going to get a bunch of drones by 2027. They're going to call these things low cost. And to them, low cost, I'll read it. Some industry leaders have cast doubt that American companies can build drones for $5,000 a piece. So that's what they're trying to build. A bunch of drones, spend $1 billion or so, $5,000 a piece, get Elon Musk guy to choose who gets the contracts to build said things. And again, we have to have eternal enemies, otherwise why would we build these things? Oh, well, you got all these threats you got to worry about. Let's put our people in harm's way. They get hurt. Oh, let's send the drones or whatever after them. And you have to understand this is that it's also an information war with the Trump people. So, for example, they want to rewrite history. They changed one of the photos and one of the plaques in the Smithsonian. This just came out today. Smithsonian removes Trump impeachment text as it swaps his portrait. So basically, they changed the picture of Trumpers there. That's the new one. And basically what it is that I think he's worried about getting impeached again after midterms, which will be the third time. And if you remove the text, then it's kind of out of the discussion that they had done it before. And I just wanted to point this out. Like, it is possible. You can certainly impeach this guy. I mean, there's any number of these scandals. Like, normally in a normal country, just for example, if say, hey, you're appointing your friends to the Pentagon that's in charge of selecting contracts for startup technologies, and then said, startup companies are like your son's connected companies, like that would get you impeached and removed in pretty much any normal country. That's just one thing, let alone attacking, talking about attacking Mexico and starting war there, kidnapping president of Venezuela, whatever. I mean, it's just the list goes on. But some people do push back in different ways, and I just want to show you guys what's going on. So the Washington National Opera is moving out of the Kennedy Center. Remember, Trump just recently put his name on this thing. Like, our news is just whacked out every day, and this is what we're fighting over, who's in the Kennedy Center. And I wouldn't be shocked if everyone just leaves and just abandons the place, because remember, they canceled concerts there also too for New Year's Eve. Or people are protesting this weekend, and the Trump people then are going to arrest you, I guess. Police arrest 29 people during overnight protests in Minneapolis. And again, this is all about the information war. Plus, you know, obviously you have all the corruption that Trump wants to do, but it's important to talk about it. I know it's not fun to talk about all the crazy crap that Trump is doing on nonstop. I mean, I don't want to have to talk about, hey, great, we're taxing Mexico and these people got hurt and these people, you know, targets got hit or whatever, and now we're stuck there and we're building a base in Mexico. I mean, that's probably the news going forward. Like if you do this kind of stuff, it's just ridiculous. But it's important to expose like how this corruption works. So, for example, this was an interesting one. I guess they put a new person as their like anchor at CBS. So this would have Trump ties, right? The whole Paramount thing. Tony Dokopil, I guess his name is, sets new tone for CBS Evening News in the first week as anchor, and they had a big flub on air. But the question is going to be, are they going to go more kind of the Fox News route? There's a professor of media that had a comment on this, and I'll read the person's comment. I think it's really good. He says, conceivably, there's a market niche for broadcast news for something slightly right of center. So this is theoretically where CBS could go. Not MAGA TV all the time like Fox.
Oh, I hit him too. I fucking hit him.
Always wrong.
Fuck both those cars.
That's dangerous if it normalizes some very bad stuff, but CBS could be also a place, kind of like the Wall Street Journal, where if you report critically on the administration, it will have more impact than if it comes from the usual suspects. But that's a big if, especially as long as the uncertainty about the merger with the Warner Brothers Discovery. And so the question is you know, in some, you know, broadcasts, be it Fox, say, oh, Trump is always right. Other broadcasts, oh, Trump is always wrong. And then if you kind of mix it in there, but then have sort of key things to where they'll support Trump, you know, it'll have real damaging effects on the country. Like the media landscape matters quite a bit. What I try to do every day I come in with you guys, talk about what's going on, just give you honest opinions on this stuff. Trump just happens to be, we'll just say this, not correct on many things. He lies constantly, but it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, you just have to make up stuff. Because I do think facts do matter. They changed the portrait over there at the Smithsonian. They removed any kind of impeachment language or whatever. And they want to control the narrative in history, right? There's no way really you can read this as being good. I understand Fox News will say, oh, well, everyone just lies about history or whatever. It's just like, no, you're impeached twice. It's like factual stuff. And this is the kind of world that I think is important to, you know, to keep. And there is a lot of pushback. There's a lot of protests going on this weekend. So just understand you're not alone. But I also understand that, like, unfortunately, a lot of people don't pay attention to this stuff because the average American, they're more concerned about putting food on the table, which I can totally understand, right? I completely understand. You got a terrible job market. Things are really expensive. And so many people don't necessarily pay attention to this stuff. But the thing is like, while regular people are struggling, in order to help said regular people, like, strengthen education, strengthen infrastructure, right? Don't waste all our government money on, you know, drone dollars to Elon Musk and his buddies. And this is sort of, again, why life doesn't improve in USA if you misallocate funds and just basically just all the military or whatever. So that's my thoughts on this stuff. I hope you guys understand what's going on, and do be safe out there, and I'll catch you all in the next video. So Donald Trump is now talking about attacking Mexico.
More, so everyone be ready. I'm turning up the volume. There we go. Thank you for explaining to me. I forget that, like, decibels are a it's a logarithmic scale. So like I go down like really far because I'm like, oh fuck, I'm way too loud. And really, I appreciate my revolution, Master Bay. I'm glad you like my revolution. What do I think of queer and trans community leaders who are actually crypto fascists? Well, I don't like fascists. So we can, if that's the answer to that, but I would love to know who you're talking about queer crypto fascists. Is there someone you're aware of? That I feel like if that's happening, we need to figure that out. One of the I was talking to people in my community because in activist communities, like trust is a big thing. It can be, you know, we're doing things that like the government hates. You know, if I or let's say we're gonna go ride bikes, I want to go Cork or something, and we're gonna Cork for a march. Like, who's gonna know that information? What time are they gonna do it? Who's gonna know? Like, we don't, you know, you don't tell people to march. Anybody you don't need to know. If you watch my security culture video, you get it, right? Like, you don't tell people shit they don't need to know. Like, this is good security culture. But like, trusting people can feel difficult in that situation. And one of the advantages that I feel with my community and the people that I have around me and my crew, with trans people, I don't worry if people are like feds, you know? I have never ever seen a trans cop, ever. I have seen military members, people who came out after leaving the military or in their military service. I have seen that. I have never ever seen a cop in uniform or like heard a story of a cop transitioning while being a part of a department. It's hard to find black cops because it's such a racist white supremacist profession. Just like, and now, but I think ICE has become that, you know, like those people show ICE for the most part for the better paycheck. There was Jacob Wayne, BLM 2028 Energy. This all seems performative. I think it's important to always keep in mind that movements have to start somewhere. It has to start somewhere. We want to be at the point where we are like fucking putting, like, ICE is defeated and destroyed. We want to destroy it. The reality is that getting there, we're not close. We're not even close to building a movement that is capable of. We are really far behind as far as organizing and community building. Like, Americans are so isolated and atomized, and people cannot talk to their communities. So, although I can agree that we can agree that like what's happening here, like this doesn't feel revolutionary. Maybe this doesn't feel like what a waste of time. But like the difference is, if people weren't doing this, it would be far worse if people were not out there at all. That would be worse, because that means that the fascists would be accelerating and be destroying us faster. And you also need to understand that and keep in mind that ICE can kill people and get away with it. They have demonstrated it multiple times, 30 plus times now. We're just talking, this is for the most recent. These protesters, if they were to, let's say for example, like I've thought about like, man, what if I just fucking, like why aren't people just fucking knifing ICE's tires? Why aren't people not destroying their fucking vehicles? And the reason is because of risk. There is higher levels of risk there. We live in a world with block security cameras, and they target specific people. The ability for anybody here, if let's say somebody threw a fucking brick through a window, something very basic, they would be able to find that person. It would be very difficult to get away with that. You would need to obscure your face. You would need to find a way to get to that location that is difficult to monitor and track. Like, they would put resources into tracking you down for doing that. They would expend a lot to make that happen. They don't do that for like normal bullshit. For me sitting here talking and like talking about it. They're not going to expend that energy. But if you threw a brick, they fucking do this. So like we have asynchronous capabilities. And so that's why it's important these people are out here doing this demonstration, demonstrating nonviolence too, because it is about bringing more people into a movement. We have to bring more people into a movement before we can be effective. We actually can't do much more than this. What we are capable of as an organized community is that. So the answer, if you want better, want more effective, you need to be helping build that community in your day-to-day life. You need to be encouraging people, getting people who aren't even to the point where they're going to go out on a Saturday and spend an hour like at a vigil or talking about it or engaging in these conversations. You need to get to the point where people are engaging in these conversations at the water cooler, in their school, in everyday life. Like it needs to be active. So anyway, sorry. And I'm not trying to come down on you. That's just like that's a common. I understand why you feel that way. I totally get that feeling, and I've like worked through it. Because I felt the same way, you know, and I had to like think more about it. I had to read more books about it and read more history. I had to read about like Che Guevara. I had to read about like all these like South American revolutions and like the Russian Revolution, you know, like the Russian Revolution. They kind of just walked in and took it, you know, because things had degraded that far. The Hawaiian Fox. You said you've met a trans cop in Seattle. Do they still work there? And I would love to. You're gonna have to tell me that story sometime, because either way, if you met one is far less than many than is far less than like. Yeah, if you bring in a white guy. I mean, that guy.
This worthless thing can't even go up.
I would be like,
oh my god. And I fell again.
Oh, welcome. Thanks for subscribing.
Which is so annoying. I was almost up too. Oh no.
Somebody doing Google stuff.
Rub it in your face.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You bring that up. Commander Axis. Let's go find that. I saw that video today. That was in Minnesota too. It was in Minnesota. What messed me up was the video from Friday of the documenter being assaulted by an agent saying, "You saw what will happen to you." Yeah, that person was recording ICE, and if somebody finds that, maybe someone can find that clip for me. But like, they're recording ICE, and the guy's just no mask, and he's just like, Don't you know? Haven't you learned your fucking lesson? We'll kill you. Like, haven't you learned your lesson? And then he slapped the phone out of their hand. Like, how? Like, these people are out of control. And that is scary. That's really scary to see. You know, that is becoming standard operating procedure. And what's also scary about that is that the federal or the police department of anyway, the police department was like we support ICE. You know, they were like, no, we're on ICE's side in this conflict. That's fucking scary. And that's where I see a lot of this conflict going now, right? Is like the pressure. People have realized we're not going to make change on a federal level. That's not happening. That is not happening. We're going to have 3 more fucking years of this escalated, and they're already trying to go door to door at certain places, and I think manpower is going to be their biggest difficulty. It's how many people they can physically get to do this job. And the more difficult we make it, obviously, the less people are going to want to do that.
All they have to do is pay good money. If they start paying like $100,000, that's all they need to do.
So with that,
for like a year of work, and so many people will sign up.
Point of pressure.
Money is all that people need.
Local situations, local governors, local mayors, local community leaders, and the ones that have direct power over law enforcement, and telling them These people are not. You need to actually, the dollars that are paying your salary are for people in this literal community. They're actually not from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is actually not paying you to be a cop here in this location. So they need to be doing what the community says. And what's going to happen is what you're going to see in a lot of places like Minneapolis, where the police department is actually, I mean, it has always been a white supremacist, like a lot of white supremacists go, what is this? I just realized this person in a chainmail suit. I'm like, are these, I think that's, I see chainmail and I think Chud, right? Because I think Crusader and also the body armor is also very Chud. But yeah, like local law enforcement is now, it's either breaking for the community or it's breaking for ICE. And maybe honestly, I think like in Philadelphia, the police chief came out and said, we're not going to accept this in our community, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is bad, right? And that's great. But I don't know how long that lasts, for example. And we really need to be pressured. That's what I'm more worried about. I am more worried about when police departments openly say that actually they are siding with Trump. Civil war, right? Civil war, the word's been coming out. I see us as in an active civil war right now. This right here, to me, in my opinion, is what civil war looks like in 2026. In a very different world, in a world with different technologies than our last, with totally different content. This is what it looks like. And again, we are still in the early parts of it, because this, if Trump keeled over tomorrow, there would still be a lot to do. And we would still be in a massive hole, you know? Like, Trump is not the movement. White supremacy, racism, Christian nationalism, like, Nazi.
See, this guy's much better than
fascist ideology is the true enemy, and Trump's just a part of that. You know, he is the focal point. He is the tip of the spear that people are able to use to drive their right. It's everyone behind him. All this is Stephen Miller. This is Marco Rubio. This is fucking Pete Hegseth. This is like the entire TPUSA, and they're just pushing him in, and we're just like, and the Democrats, right? All of it, like we actually had no. Basically, you're as bare as I am, and you're just like, no, you thought you had a fucking, you don't have a plate, you don't have nothing. Like you're just like holding it like this, and it's going into us as a country right now, and like, anyway, it's not repairable. We're going to need to recover it a lot economically. We're gonna need totally different job, like. Anyway, that's why I see this as the beginning of Civil War, because this is the beginning of a much, much larger refactoring, without calling it a revolution, but like a refactoring of our entire country. Because I don't know what we're going to be. I think that ultimately we're going to have some sort of... It's time to get shot! Oh, motorcycle people.
No, don't fall.
Some sort of...
No.
What's that guy wearing? That's a veteran thing. That guy is Chud base. But yeah, that's how I see it.
Oh, please be able to climb this. What do I do?
Anyway, short answer, general protest to avoid it.
So bad.
I mean, I wouldn't avoid protest. I'm just I'm at the point where like I'm going to so many things and I'm getting invited to do so many things that I have to balance my energy levels and my other obligations. Even as an unemployed person, I have been so fucking busy. I cannot express how busy I have been, even though I haven't been working. I would definitely I went to the first night because I wanted to see what it was like. I'm monitoring because I want to know. I expect like there's gonna be more shit, and I'm definitely gonna be covering it and talking about it. And I would encourage everyone to get out there, at least especially if you've never gone, if you've not yet been out to any type of protest or event at all yet. If they are in your community in any way, shape, or form, I highly encourage you to get out there and experience it while while it is busy, while lots of things are happening. Stay back, you know, stay safe, use your good judgment, right? The problem is people get hurt when they don't realize the potential for danger is always there. The potential for something life-threatening, potential for cops, for bullets, for whatever, it is always there. That isn't a reason to just never go. That's a reason to have caution, to take it seriously, to be on your toes, to not like have 5 beers and go out, you know, to not just fucking take your homies that are like, take your shitty homie, like go with your friend, bring a couple people that you trust and then go. Definitely. I didn't finish any of my thoughts. I'm sorry. If you want me to talk about something, just ask a direct question and at me, and it makes it way easier to find. Man, in the military, Wittershins clockwise. You just reminded me. Trump's gonna. That's the other thing to realize. Like that again. How I know we are in a civil war right now is because we currently spend like $900 billion fucking dollars, nearly $1 trillion on our military in. Well, theoretically, we were in peacetime. We're definitely not in peacetime anymore. But like, and they're gonna basically double it. They're gonna fucking double it. He wants to go to $1.5 trillion. And not only is that, again, catastrophic, like that is gonna be decimating for our economy, for like our ability. Like this is debt they are signing us up that we are going to have to pay. He's gonna be long dead, never have to worry about. They're just printing money. But yeah, realizing that they're scaling up for war, and they expect the war is gonna very similar to Nazi Germany, right? And I'm not the expert on Nazi Germany history, but the Nazis were taking it. They were going at Russia, America. They were surrounded by enemies, right? They took every fucking fight all the fucking time because they're aggressive, because they do not, because
shit.
Fascists, that's how fascists operate, and that's how imperialism operates. So that's why he wants it up, and part of it is repression inside of your own country. They are definitely scaling up to be able to repress people here, like go under a state of martial, like military occupation. And it's probably not going to be everywhere, but it's going to be in the places that is required. But yeah, that's definitely coming. And yeah. Stayed at the hostel having Bottery in my carry, somehow slipping over the chuds that I was cool. Yep, I'm watching BCP. Yeah, because when you wear body armor, the chuds think you're protecting yourself from it. Because they're all LARPers. Because they're all fucking LARPers, and they wear it to look cool and because they're afraid. But mainly to look cool. Which they do not. They do not look cool in their fucking LARPer gear at all. Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. Fascism will lose. Like that's. When I was having this interaction with Jonathan Cho, and keep adding me your questions, I'll do my best. And if I don't come back to yours or whatever, just at me again at some point, because I'll just be hung up on things. But when I was interacting with Jonathan Cho in my last video, he is too stupid. He's a Korean man. He is too stupid to realize that because he went to the White House. He is surrounded by people. He is cozying up to people who, if they could, without any consequences, they would deport his ass to or kill him. They don't care. He is cuddling up to nationalists, white supremacists, and it's because he wants to stay. That's his protection method. He is selling out other minorities. He is selling out queer people. He is selling out Palestinians. He is selling out everything else. He is look at all these other enemies. Don't look at me, guys. I'm the cool guy. He thinks he's gonna be safe because he's playing the fucking clown for them. But he does not realize that his life is just. I won't go. He will go before I go. You know what he's gonna go to fucking El Salvador before me because I'm a fucking white man. Like, good luck, dude. Hey, love the trolls. Found your stream. Where? Point me at me who the people are. Have them. I don't have any mods. Where's Kuma? Actually, Kuma's a mod, aren't you? Let me scan. Let me scan here. You prefer your men shirtless? Look, I could do. I'm not gonna go shirtless. This isn't a sex stream. I'm not trying to almost flash. I don't really have mods, but Void, you should definitely tell me when there's shitty people, and I will. Oh, okay. I think I see this Maddie person. Somalia took Minnesota. Billions thing will hopefully get better soon. Okay, so let me just put this user in timeout for 24. Let's just do that. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, fix that one. I would let me Mashunge Mag Nashunge. I just know here at least that military people are in general very right wing, and from what I have heard, the military in the USA is maybe split liberal conservative, not left right. Yeah, I think that a lot of people in the military is both. It is right wing. Like people who go into the military, like you're generally more likely to be right wing or conservative. Again, nationalism and things like that kind of coming into that. But at the same time, it is also like sports. It is something that what is this guy doing? Like this guy is a fucking. That's Tommy for Trump. Like he's got a fuck Nazis. Like he's the closest thing to a fucking Nazi there. Anyway, it's also a situation where when you're forced to work side by side with people who are not similar to you because what the most common thing for the military is you're fucking poor. You need money, you need access to education, you need access to resources, to housing. That's what's common. That's what's common for that's the most common thing in the military. Why didn't Donald Trump get drafted? Because he was rich, right? Why did George Bush get a cushy Air Force job? Because he's fucking like the military. The people that go into the military that become politicians, Pete Buttigieg was a fucking like spook. He was part of like the intelligence program. They go in with specific intent to join. They get access to these programs that give them special. You get all the credit and the clout and all that, but like you're never actually in any real trouble. And you also build skills and build connections in important good places. So yeah, I would say that for the average person, the military is probably like, I mean, I would say it leans conservative generally. But I talk to a lot of military people. They're not really paying attention. They don't really understand. It's a lot of younger people too, like people that are like 18, 19, 20, 21, like early 20s, who don't have a lot of life experience, haven't been like all that politically active. So that's why a lot of the people in my crew are former military. And I know these people. Like I love ex-military people. They're really interesting. They have a lot of interesting skills. They have interesting stories. My partner is ex-military. Like I call her fucking G.I. Jane. Like she's one of the most capable, intelligent people. Like, yeah, I would trust her. Like when people are like threatening me, bro, I'm not the person you should be scared of. If you fuck with me, if you hurt me, you should be scared of my partner. She's the one that's dangerous. I'm the one that's like extremely not violent. I've never hurt anybody. I've never like shot guns into fucking moving vehicles. Like she was in Iraq during the fucking surge, you know? Like she was at Abu Ghraib at one point for like 6 months. Like she's seen real shit. So yeah, I like military people. A lot of leftists are hesitant to military people, and of course, like if you don't understand that world, if you don't understand, I almost went in the military, which is partially why I'm so empathetic to it, is because I remember what it was like to be a poor kid and be like, well, I had like C's. I was like C minus. I was like a C minus student leaving high school. I almost didn't pass, you know, and like the military is a great option for those people. A military is again, it pays for your college. That's how my partner got a master's degree. She came out of the military and then she did a master's degree program and she got a cyber, right? Like it's a career path for people. It does help. It brings people out of poverty. Yeah. All right. I'm going back to scanning. You sure were violent when you got your ass beat for confronting streamers. Squid, thank you. I have going to appreciate that. Yeah, it's I've always called, like, the military is literally just, it's welfare for conservatives. Like, it's way more intensive, right? And it requires that you sign up for the American rah-rah system, right? Like, yeah. Oh. It's hard to get out once you sign up and see how things really are. And that's the other thing. For a lot of people, it can make people less conservative and it can make people more... Look at Graham Plattner, right? And as much as the Nazi tattoo and all that, but, like, he's an example of, like, people can go and, like, be very raw into this thing and really believe it because they're inculcated, again, in the culture that they're grown up in, the people around them. I tell the story of a guy I knew in high school who was a Mormon guy, very gifted athlete, and coming out of, and he was affluent. He came from an affluent family, and I went to his, like, graduation party, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm going to the military," and I was like, "That's wild, dude." And I'm like, "Why do you want to go into the military?"
I had a friend like this.
And I'm dead serious. I'm dead fucking serious. He looked me, shit. Apparently that's still broken because that's true. But he looked me in the eyes and he said, "You know, AJ, honestly, I really just want to know what it feels like to live." And he said it stone cold. And I like sensed for a joke and it wasn't there. And he proceeded to go and we walked through his house and he showed me, like, all this memorabilia from his father and his grandfather, and he explained to me, like, he's like, "This is the stuff we have out on the mantle. The stuff that you don't see out here is, like, stuff with my father and, like, Vietnamese people's heads and shit, and like violent mementos from war that, again, he had been inculcated in that culture of, like, and he didn't, there's no way he tracked it as, like, fascist violence, but, like, that is what he was born into. And people go into that and they believe all those things, they feel those things, and some people, yeah, they love it. Like, the people that are in ICE that were former military, like, there are some people that thrive in that life because again, it makes sense to them, it feels right. But for many people, like my partner, for Pat Tillman, like, they go and they realize, oh fuck, I've been lied to my whole fucking life about what America's about what we do, about what the government doesn't give a fuck about soldiers. They don't care about veterans. They never cared about veterans, and it is never more obvious to anybody than being, once you are a veteran, how much the government does not give a shit about you, about your health care, about your life, about how much they fucked you over. Like, anyway, so that can be radicalizing for people. This is so stupid. So hold on, I gotta find This Is So Stupid. Where is This Is So Stupid? If you share it or point to, I honestly didn't pay too much attention to Graham Plattner. This is so stupid. Put on timeout. Why don't you go on it? Why don't you come back? This is so stupid. Come back to my next stream. This is so stupid. We'll chat then. Maybe you can have a different attitude. I honestly, I didn't look a lot into Graham Plattner. I think it is unlikely that he didn't know what the totem comp was. I think it's very unlikely. And from that's probably the most concerning thing to me. Actually, the most concerning thing to me is that he's running as a Democrat and that the Democrats are backing him. That's what's concerning to me, because I do not trust the Democratic Party, and I assume that if the Democrats support you because they didn't support Katie Wilson, they didn't support fucking Zohran Mamdani, like, they don't support what needs to happen for us to forward as society, truly build the what we need. But is he good for Maine? Is he good for Maine people? Is he better than alternatives? I don't know. I didn't look into a lot of that. But those are the things I think of. I think what I think is important with the Graham Plattner situation, I mean, I will tell you this. I'm extremely concerned about Nazis and white supremacy. I am extremely concerned about that. so fucking concerned about that. I'm making a giant video. Again, I'm making a giant video about it right now. Probably gonna be an hour plus long. I put so much work into it. The writing, really, because I'm trying to deprogram fascists if I can. But at a minimum, it's like very much trying to convince liberals that we need to take a more aggressive posture. So that is very, very. The fact that he ever got one, so fucking concerning to me. But I think it is important for leftists and for people to. It's okay to not have a strong opinion. It's okay to say, you know what, maybe I don't have all the information, and it is possible there are things I do not understand. And it's okay to not have, like, it's okay to say, you know what, I'm going to wait and see. I'm concerned. Like, I'm going to let other people worry about that. I'm going to focus on my thing. You know, like, I'm very focused on my thing. I'm paying attention to everything. I'm paying attention to Ben Plattner. But I'm not mainlining information. I'm going to spend articles reading about him. I'm going to see how this shit plays out, you know? If he was like anti-trans or something, like these would be different stories. But it's just like it's kind of a different.
Oh my god! Listen to this guy talk.
Motorcycles are gay. Motorcycles are gay. Welcome, King Aber. Thanks for subscribing. I'm from Texas, Crow's Nest. I'm from Texas, going to college soon. I was wondering. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, hit that thumbs up, y'all, too. Don't forget about that. I wish I could do sound effects for that. I would do way more sound effects. These people, like, this is.
You tried. Bye bye.
And these people are just shit
hogs.
Do you have any just finding activist groups? Yeah, I think in college it's really easy. In college, there's all these different like affinity groups and stuff, right? Because there's probably like a queer one. There's probably a gun one. There's probably like in college there's all these different things. So find whatever's close. Check it out. I think like joining and quitting things is also super cool if you want to like see, hey, maybe this is for me or not. But that's probably just your stepping stone into other activism. I helped not too long ago. I helped there was an anarchist book group at book club at UW, and they were gonna hold a fucking Charlie Kirk event, and I went and they were like help, and I was like sure, and I helped them figure out like, hey, why don't we do? They're like we should like go in and disrupt them, and I'm like, okay, I hear you. What if instead we had a different event at the same time that was way cooler and better, and we got some snacks and we made some teams and we brought our bikes and like that's what we did. And the other group didn't even run their event. They were supposed to have Ben Carson and they didn't even they just canceled the event. They did like a private thing, and we had a big event out in their public courtyard and like gave away snacks, and they were so happy. It was really exciting. They got to connect with other people. So look for stuff like that in your area. Yeah, I will never forget Pat Tillman, Marjorie fans. I will never ever forget Pat Tillman, because as I almost went to college playing football. Like that was gonna be my way into. I was like following the career path for professional athletes. I was really trying to get there, and what held me back a lot was my size. Like I'm just not a big. I'm like, to do professional sports, you really need to be like a physical, just a genetic freak in a lot of ways. Like you have to be very genetically, and you need to have a lot of resources pumped into you. Like you need special camps, you need trainers, you need to be constantly and like it really consumes your whole life. I realized I didn't want to do it pretty much as I was getting told that I wasn't going to be able to make it, or as I was like trying to make it happen. But Pat Tillman, I still continue to watch. I was like a super diligent football player. Again, I'm a straight man, so like understand like sports is very important to straight men. Nice. I understand why the trans athletes thing is such a big deal, because like sports is just it's like straight men's whole fucking life, it feels like. Yeah, I'll never forget Pat Tillman's story. I will always tell him that, and them killing him and everything he said, and like, yeah, I mean, I think he was I think him was one of the reasons I was like, maybe this isn't great, you know? Oh, thanks for remember, kids, conservative / Christian national values are no values at all. They're really not. Nomad, thank you, Nomad PDX, for your dono. 666, also very appropriate. I appreciate that too. There really, it isn't values because there's nothing firm to stand on. What Christian nationalism is based, you know, the version of Christianity we have in America is very much like I was doing a big video on that too, and maybe I'll get around to that one after the fascist one, but I was doing a gigantic one right as Charlie Kirk was murdered, and so that also threw a big fucking wrench into it because I actually you know, now I'm remembering, I actually recorded all of that, but I did it all off the cuff, and I don't like doing those types of things. Like, I'll do this off the cuff because we're kind of just chatting and talking, but like, I don't want to talk about like go into depth on Christian nationalism in like a conversational way. I really want to like structure that out because there's a lot to talk about, and there's a lot of things people don't understand, and context collapse, meaning like losing information, losing the important parts of it, and just trying like focusing down on like just small things. It happens a lot. I think it's part of what is making our dialogue not great. So, but yeah, Christian nationalism doesn't truly have any values other than like the 7 Mountain Mandate. You know, it's very much built off of cult leaders. Cheon, Donald Trump now, but Charlie Kirk was another example of like these leaders, these cult-like leaders, and then what they do, and they align on strategies together, and then it becomes this like, it's very moving target, and it's not that, but also in that, remember that Democrats, political parties,
look how unpleasant these people are.
And, like, do not have values in our country. Even shit like DSA, honestly, I'm kind of like. I've been supremely disappointed with our local DSA, and not to the point where I won't interact with them or whatever, but just like as a organization, I've been disappointed because they refused to endorse Katie Wilson, the socialist person who won for mayor, the one I interviewed and like campaigned for effectively, I encourage people to vote for, I should say. But like they literally didn't. And they were like, because she wouldn't agree to specific demands they had for policy, that they were like, you must do this, you must do that. And it really fucking pissed people off because they're like, yo, the guy you have, Bruce Harrell, he's a horrible person. Like he's been doing sweeps. He's just a giant liar. He's a misogynist. Like he's one of the most misogynistic, like overtly misogynistic people in our local government. And yeah, it just rubbed me and a lot of people the wrong way. And it's just like because the process was more important. They lost the forest for their specific trees and their selfish, like rigid structure, you know. And so yeah, I think looking at don't look at political parties, look at communities that you can join and like have it, like it should be more soft, more like free association, you know. If people, and you don't have to like, again, you don't have to like fuck DSA, they fucking those, they're garbage. No, there's still a lot of comrades in there, right? Like it's just, I don't agree with how they run things, which is why I started organizing my own shit, because, and that's maybe I think a lot of you who are, if you're minded like me, if you're kind of like more in, like if you're where I'm at, and if you look, especially if you look back into historical moments, the French Revolution, you look at the Paris Commune, like the Russian Revolution, the Gilded Age here in America, communists and anarchists and socialists, they're never massive. They're never the biggest movement, but they are always the ones leading. They are always the ones driving. They're always the ones pushing leftist, actually leading these organizations, these masses of people, and driving and directing them. So if you're in this chat, you know, if you listen to me, if you have if you've read some fucking history books, you know, if you have that, you are probably better equipped than a lot of people to analyze the situations and guide and create an organization, even if it's just a small community with you and your friends, to begin the process of like preparing for the future. And again, we're in such a poorly organized, low class consciousness country that that is way far behind. People are out there looking for stuff to join. I hate to tell you this, but in a lot of places it just ain't there. That's why I'm glad I formally started organizing like last April, because I'm looking at where we're at a year from now, and it's like I now have like 20 plus people I like at part of my writing group. I have 40 plus that are like a part of like a secondary group that's like just like less vetted, just people that I've met through different events that like we can that I can bring to bear to situations. Like people are impressed when I show up and I can bring 6 bikes with me. They're like, wow, that's a fucking force. Like that, even here, like small forces of 3 to 5 people makes a difference. Organized people that have a plan, that know what they're doing, make a fucking difference. 2 people can make a difference. One can definitely make a difference. But that's what I would encourage y'all to think about. Think about why, if you don't like the way other people are organizing, why don't you start something yourself? You know, y'all are capable. I believe in every one of you. Like if you're sitting here listening to me, Peace and Freedom Party in CA. That's interesting. Party for I'm looking. Somebody made the argument for me recently that the way to go is the Green Party in America, and I honestly, I'm starting to come around to that. You know, like because climate change and the changes, what we need to do to improve the environment and climate change, I mean, they are really like some of the most like foundational problems we need to be focusing on. You know, corporate fuckery and destroying our environment, and yeah. See, people have asked me, Commodore Alexis, I'm sad I made bad choices and can't run for political office. People have talked to me about running for political office. Katie Wilson's campaign manager was like,
somebody killed me. Oops.
Is it better if I do the stream with my pistol on? I spend so much time in my room. I make sure there's always a gun here. So that's how I think now. But I really just think that I can do way more help for like. I can just do way more outside the system, right? Like I can't keep a normal fucking job. You know, Nordstrom's gonna fire me at this point. Yeah, I don't know. Politician in this world, maybe, but I still think it's effective. You know, I really respect people that want to do that job. But I don't. Politician sounds like maybe one of the worst jobs I can fucking think of. Personally for me. Let's go back here. Let's turn these guys to this.
AI. Work, push. Grow. AI is going to take all of our shit. And this growth is going to lead to communism. You gotta open your eyes about that. There is no chaos. Keep us by you, pussy boy.
Yes, that's exactly Skycatlive in our Chismona. I don't know how to say that, but everything else I understand you said. Political theory advocating the abolition of hierarchical government and the organization of society on a voluntary, cooperative basis without recourse to force or compulsion. So if you go look at Anarch, what he's got running, I really encourage y'all to check out this Anarch video. I just watched it. It's like, it was very, this right here. Let's turn these dipshits off for a second.
And if you want to help us pay for all of those things, you know, have thousands of.
So this is Anarch. Sorry, let me get at it. That's so rude. I'm like right in his face here. So this is his org. They have this plot of land. Somebody donated a plot of land to him because of the other work he had been doing, putting together, like he put together like some garden beds and shit previously, like on some public land, and so some other people like saw it and they donated to him. So this is their Plan B program. So this is how they literally give out these bags of Plan B. So that was super cool. And then they did like a fundraiser benefit show with they got a bunch of like hardcore bands and punk bands, and they did a fucking fundraiser for the community shit. They do a community range. They have a community range proficiency program where they focus on where they focus on like competition shooting. Also something that we're like, I want to build. I want to build this specifically. They invited people to come do talks, and they have a popular education program where this is something I think I'm gonna do too. They watch YouTube videos together and then they discuss it as a group afterward, specific ones. So I think that's really cool. They have an organizer education program. You have to pay money, but that's like where you're reading specific books and you're going through. But yeah, anyway, like but this is what he's building, and he's talking about, this is what he talked about, how like the food they build, the food they grow, they're giving it like free. If any laborers want it, first tier is like anybody who labored and gets it, like that's who gets it. Then the second tier is anything that anybody who labored and doesn't want to use, whatever, then they're going to give it out to the community. And then hopefully at some point they can build out, and then they can start giving it out as a commodity to raise funds for other things. Like it's a walk. You have to walk, crawl, run as far as all this stuff. But yeah, that's what he's building out. And I'm like, God, this is so smart. And he's got a fucking, I want to go back to his channel here. He's got 39K subscribers. He did a 4 fucking hour video, which I haven't finished yet, and I'm disappointed. But like, he did where is it? Where the fuck is it? It was like a 4 hour video of how do you this is it, 3 hours. He like explains modern anarchism. I mean, he goes into such incredible depth explaining like how like organizational systems operate, and he does all these fucking analogies, but like you can tell he's really, really fucking thought about all this shit, and it does require thinking about all this. Like it really requires thinking about like how are you going to decide what your goals are as a society? How are you going to decide like things, very foundational questions. So I really encourage people to check out his channel, and yeah, that's absolutely the Zapatistas is not like that's like what I'm looking at, like those groups. We have to build the society that we want to live in. Have to build the society we want to live in. Otherwise, it's not going to come magically. Like we have to literally start building it. Next time, I want to be able to do this whole stream on MeshNet. That's what I want. That's what I want to have. So if y'all can get that fixed up for me, that would be great.
That's America first. They were sanctioned. That shit was supposed to be.
Links to the description. That's a great idea. Thank you.
We have no right over it. You should look up the bullshit podcast that shows that the distance on ever since we started bombing those folks.
Let me create a little notepad file here.
Fentanyl overdoses have gone down. He's proud of doing cocaine. Ever since we started bombing those drug boats.
Thank you for helping me become a better streamer by knowing what the hell people expect.
Is it China? Is that Venezuela? 33 billion? 330 billion? 330 billion. Okay, so he got 330.
People just sit here and argue about bullshit they don't understand. Yeah, I'm so far like this is great. I'm really glad that this has been such a chill day. I really was scared that there was gonna be some fucking.
Have you talked to any Venezuelans about it?
Let's see. I need a description. I need a pronunciation description for your name. But as a Marxist, I see the arguments of anarchists as better than what my comrades give them credit for. But ultimately, I just think we need the vanguard to help stabilize the revolution. I think that's basically where I got to be honest. Like I really bought. Sorry, I was listening to what they said. I bought into the idea that anarchists were kind of they were communists that hadn't fully thought things through, or were just smash, fuck this, right? Because I really bought into the whole as the state withers, we need to take control of it, of Marxism, and I think that, and the vanguard party needing, like you said, needing to be the one to lead people because of a lot of that historical context. But here's what changed my mind. What changed my mind is that people need to be more self-reliant. They need to be more capable. They need to be more thoughtful. They need to be more empathetic. They need to be more community-oriented. The reason you need a vanguard
press the space button.
People are not. They need to be directed. They can't self-direct. And if they do, they'll just self-direct into things that are mostly about taking care of themselves and the people around them, right? And that's a condition of the environment you live in. That's a condition of the reality of the education system they're inculcated in, the culture, right? Again, going back to what are Americans? Americans are taught to be very self-reliant. As a man, right? You're gonna make all the money, get a nice. Oh, I don't like this guy. Let's go. No. Oh, this guy's talking. But yeah, the reason I think anarchism is actually what we need at the end of the day is because anarchism is about lifting everybody up and ensuring as a
I can't type. I don't know what you're doing.
Raising individuals up.
You're glitched or something dumb. I can't
it's
type.
It's more flexible.
This fucking keyboard.
And it feels more grassroots. And the great part is that we can align on 99.9%.
I cannot type. I don't know.
And what I think is great is that the communists that I know, or the people that talk about themselves as communists, or the revolutionary socialists and shit like that, they are. I've had these conversations. They're totally look, we can worry about all that shit later. I'm not worried about any of them taking power.
I can't type with this fucking keyboard.
Whatever. That's just so much farther down the line of anything we ever need to worry about. At this point. Yeah, they're all very aligned, and I love that. There's not, in my experience, I have not experienced a lot of infighting between socialist and
I cannot type, and I don't know why.
Personally, I don't have that problem, but other people might.
Drives me crazy. This fucking keyboard is driving me crazy.
Regalia Wolves just graduated.
I cannot
moving
type.
towards
I don't know
research
why.
and projects full time.
I'm going
I'd love to know what
turn
type
off
of
the
research
keyboard
you're
and
talking
run
about.
my fucking.
Where'd you grab
all over this.
Graduate from? I don't think anarchism has really been about bombs or disorder. I think it's always just been bullshit, It's always been propaganda. It's just Red Scare, right? Capitalists are afraid of people learning that there are movements out in the world that are about making their life.
I don't know why I can't type. I can't move or type.
That are laser fucking focused on solving the problems for working class people, for the people that are currently
reload this fucking channel. It's something about the ad blocker.
Slavery perfected, and I think that's a pretty good description. I think it's hard to argue that. I think it's a good position. A good conversation. WA8 needs a. Oh, welcome. Oh, Political Drain. I recognize Political Drain. Welcome. Hey, y'all know my boy. I had a great time talking on the Political Drain podcast. That was awesome. It's too bad. Somebody told me that my shit's being suppressed. My content from Political Drain and on the other one, the Sons of Liberty podcast is being suppressed. I have no idea what that means, but maybe I believe it. In response to you saying the solution is the Green Party, I personally am hopeful that the solution can be ranked choice voting, so our candidates will actually reflect the voters. That's super important. Ranked choice voting, yes and yes, and. Ranked choice voting is important because anything that improves our democracy is good. The way I kind of see things going, if in an ideal world, you know, is that as we drive for reforms, we focus on reforms in the current state that exists and making it better, and then in the new parallel state that we're building and trying and experimenting with and figuring out the right permutation, how we're going to care for people and solve for these things. We
Please
like
stop it.
adopt,
What are you doing? You're like,
you know, we
firing up.
learn new
I think
things
it's
to
my
like
other keyboard. She's
throw
like
into
on my
that system, and at some point maybe we kind of like merge and like come up, and then the new system becomes and the old system goes away, right? That would be ideal. And ranked choice voting is a great idea for improving our democracy. That absolutely, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Marjorie Fancy Pants, you're far too good of a human being to be a politician. I mean, you can't. I think that being a politician kind of selects for being not a great person, you know, being a liar. Oh yeah,
Why does this keep happening? Stop this now. Stop it.
Let me get down to the modern comments here. Squid Squad.
What are they doing right
Reducing the military is also, I think, a really big part. I don't know if y'all knew this. I didn't. The military, the U.S. military, I think is like the biggest polluter in the planet. And if they're not, they're way up there, and they're doing a lot. They're you know, because they just dump shit into the fucking ocean. I think about the burn pits. When my buddy came back from Iraq and he talked about like the burn pits, I remember thinking, dude, that's really fucked up. Not just that they were burning trash in his fucking, like, right next to where he was existing, and he was breathing the shit in, and clearly it was gonna like have a health problem. But he also that they're just burning garbage in the middle of the fucking desert, and like there's like, and it's like all their shit, you know, everything they have, and it's like, I'm sure it's like putting all these toxic chemicals and shit in the air. And it's just like, and then the part that makes it a positive feedback loop and worse is that other countries, because the U.S. military grows, right? If let's say we get that $1.5 trillion budget and we start building, like, maintaining all the shit, keeping shit just sitting and existing. Like, that's why we need oil from Venezuela. That's why the Trump administration is so oil focused, is because to run the U.S. military requires oil. Fuck tons of it. So that's keeping us inside of these worse climate decisions, you know, and accelerating climate crisis. But other countries have to do the same in order to, because it's an arms race, right? Like, every country that's like, well, we need to have nukes too, and we need to, like, it's all, and then they're all polluting more. So we actually have to demilitarize massively. Not just our country, but we need to encourage the whole globe to demilitarize. We need to eliminate nuclear stocks. Like, we can't keep going. Literally can't. And just because we're not experiencing the full depth of that crisis, like, it is happening actively. June officer says the U.S. military is like top 3 consumers of diesel in the world, alongside the big railroads, and the military doesn't have to burn their diesel cleanly. Yeah,